good morning, everybody, and welcome back. It is Live League Darts for Monday morning. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and I will be your host and commentator for the next 6 days. As you had a little dose of 6-day action in a week last week with a Champion of Champions, ultimately won by Jim McEwen on the Saturday night session, which was very entertaining indeed. We now go into a bit of a new beginning here at Live League Darts, because we have Stage 1, Week 1 for you today. And boy, have we got some quick players for you today. We're going to start with the likes of Keelan Kay and Lee Cox, but we're welcoming the likes of Jelle Klaasen and Dave Pallett to our action today. Two guys who have been winning in the WDF system, and in the case of Dave Pallett, in the Challenge Tour system as well. We also have Robert Owen, one of the best players in Live League Darts this year, and Colin Osborne, maybe the most experienced player playing this week here at the Live League. So, let's get cracking with our first of 15 matches for today. Here's Keelan Kay, the 20-year-old from Cornwall, back for another crack against one of our regulars. Here, the 37-year-old Lee Cox, who currently resides not far from Gatwick Airport in Crawley.
Okay, first look, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Owen Binks is your referee for the week. And there you can see Keelan Kay does not mess around. He is very well noted for being talented and quick. But yes, a new
60
era for the Live League. We are doing Stage 1 from today, which will include 12 weeks of action.
140.
Culminating in a Champions Week in mid-October. So stay tuned to the Live League over the next 12 consecutive weeks.
58.
6 days of action every single week, so plenty for you to get your teeth into.
95.
This is Group A, and we are back to the 2021 format, where it will be 3 days of action in Group A.
59.
30 points on offer.
70.
Could be a 170 on offer in leg 1 as Keelan just misses out on the second 60.
120.
But this is a good start from young Keelan. He's got plenty of experience here at the Live League. We'll go into their 2022 stats in the next leg and possibly the third leg. But double 10 is found for Keelan for a very tidy start here on Monday morning. That's a 15 darter, and if he keeps that going, he could be a thorn in the side of many an opponent.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Yes, 3 days of Group A action. Whoever comes through on top
135.
around Wednesday lunchtime will go to Saturday night's final, which will be live on Sporty Stuff TV as per usual. And we welcome all of our Sporty Stuff TV viewers here early on Monday. I hope you had a really nice weekend. You may have tuned into the finals on Saturday night, won by Jim McEwen over Connor Heenan, as McEwen won the £6,000 to add to his Phase 1 win against Daryl Pilgrim earlier this season. But let's talk about Keelan Kay. 20 matches played
45.
at the Live League this year. Haven't seen a great deal of him. He's won 8 of those matches for a win percentage of 40%.
59.
He'll want to raise that this week. He may need to. A running average of 85.44, which is pretty competent. But again, may need to find an extra level.
60.
And he is yet to find a ton-plus average. A personal best this year of 98.86.
83. Lee record 164.
Lee Cox has responded pretty well in leg 2.
60.
And he will get a look at 104 after this Keelan Kay turn.
125.
Which is a pretty good one.
104.
That's a pretty good dart too. How's dart 3?
72.
Not accurate enough
52.
for the first ton plus checkout of the week. Double top.
Game shown the
Keelan
second
Kay
leg.
is 2-0
Keelan
up
Kay.
here. He has a break of throw in the bank now. That was an 18 darter from young Keelan. He's at the halfway point in this best of 7 match already.
So look, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Now, it's going to be a very long week for some of these players. They may have to play 6 days of
96.
darts. And I don't care who you are. If you're playing multiple games in a day for 6 straight days, you're going to be putting in quite the effort.
140.
And I'm going to be sitting here for 105 matches. So with that in mind, as we see our averages
59.
after 2 legs, we have our Twitter address in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, as you can see, at Darts Live League. Please feel free to tweet us.
140.
And if you'd like to hear from me about anything specific, by all means, tweet myself at the Asset 180.
58.
And keep it Sporty Stuff TV all week for all of your Live League darts action. This is superb from Cox. That was bound to be the first maximum of this match. It was perfectly placed.
58. Lee record 41.
And he does deserve to win this leg. Only one more job to do.
Game shown the
And
third
that is
leg.
it.
Lee Cox.
So we are getting a bit of a pattern so far in this match. We had a 15 darter, then an 18, now a 12. So everything's been done
Fourth leg,
at
it's
the
Lee
end
to throw first.
of a visit.
$67.
That's for Lee Cox this year. He's played 36 matches. He's won 13 of them. His win percentage of 36.11%
180.
is the lowest of any player in Group A.
100.
Very interesting to see his win percentage so low, considering it was much healthier in 2021.
95.
Maybe a sign that Lee is not playing as well this year, but I don't think that's the case. I just think he's not getting the results. Missing a
58.
couple of doubles here and there, and they are costing him. Because when it comes to doubles, his doubles percentage is the lowest of
90.
this Group 2. That needs to be fixed over the next few days. Some of these games today are going to be so quick.
80.
Maybe
136.
nobody's going to be as quick as Graham Usher from last week. We'll talk about that in a second.
95.
We saw a 41 checkout from Lee. That was in leg 3, and I'm not trying to be a poet there by
45.
rhyming.
Keelan, you're rocking with 41.
What can Keelan do? I think he's going to go for 1 and tops. Prefers top of the shop.
Game
And
shown
that's
the
why.
fourth leg.
Keelan's
Keelan
starting
Kay.
really well, and he's only got one more job to do now, and that's to get the win, and hopefully by 4 legs to 1 if you are a Keelan Kay fan.
Fifth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
He's a young man of few words.
86.
For me, he's got a very decent future ahead of him, but there are players of his age who are doing more right now, so
85.
maybe he can go under the radar for a couple of years and really find himself. I'd really like that to be the case for Keelan, because when he was
61.
playing for England, winning World Cup boys pairs with Brad Phillips, I think he was seen as the guy
93.
in that boys team, and I'd like him to have a few years where there's no pressure on him so he can discover what kind of player he wants to be.
99. $45.
A somewhat quizzical look there from Lee, as he is staring defeat in the face, unfortunately, here in game number 1.
96.
Well, it's a decent approach, but whenever you're leaving 159, that it can become a bad habit.
61.
The good thing for Keelan is that he knows he's coming back for 6 darts for this. So he's not going to spend any mental bandwidth on leaving a bogey number.
99.
Instead, he's going to leave tops again. After the single 20 is hit, hopefully.
140.
Good pressure applied from Lee.
Healing your
But this could be the end of the match.
Good
And it is
shot on the match.
clinical from Keelan Kay.
Keelan Kay.
A good performance for him to build on, going through the early furlongs of today with some good, clean stuff. You can see his average is 88.64. Lee Cox with an 83. Not necessarily that bad, but more chances for Keelan Kay with 57% on the doubles. And his highest checkout was that 60 at the end of the match. So they will take a short break, as will we. But when we come back, it's going to be Jelle Klaasen against Dave Pallett. What a great second game that's going to be. That's coming right up. Hello darts fans and welcome back to Live League Darts. I am the asset Paul Nicholson. So match number 2, and this one is probably, arguably, the best fixture of Group A because of current form. We'll get into that in a second because it's Pallet versus Classen. 37-year-old from Chua. I believe I said that right. At least I hope I did. I know how to say Newport though. And the 32-year-old Dave Pallett is having quite
Okay,
the
first, it's
season.
Jelle to throw first. Game on.
On paper, this is a very good game. Now, it would be
134.
anyway. But if you look at what they've done in 2022, it's an even better fixture. Dave Pallett is in form. He's going to take some stopping over the next 3 days. Trust me. Now, I said that forcefully
57.
because you don't win a Challenge Tour event and a WDF ranking event like the England Open within a month if you're not in form.
92.
The caveat to that is his opponent has won the Dutch Open
61.
this year. Arguably one of the hardest things to win in darts. That's why this is a good fixture. I don't think I need to say much more.
59.
But what I do need to say is if you are choosing to have a little flutter over the next few days on some live league darts,
134.
it's for over 18s only.
170.
Please gamble responsibly, and begambleaware.org is the website you need for more information. Spectacular grouping there from Dave to leave 36. Classen does not get a look at that 36 bed.
36.
So it's Pallet in for a first leg break.
$27.
Somewhat scruffy opening on the outer ring. So the Dutchman is in for the 17-dart hold, but not without a little sigh of relief.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
I've known Jelle a long time. I actually met him for the very first time at the World Championship in 2008. I remember the day he walked up to me and said, "Would you like to have a practice together?" And I said, "I'd love to."
140.
We practiced together for the next 2 weeks, and we both made the quarterfinals of that championship. It wouldn't be the last big run for Classen at Ali Pali. In fact, he would go one better. Losing out to Gary Anderson in emphatic style, unfortunately, but Gary was rather unplayable at times in that tournament. But let's talk about the Live League.
57.
Live League darts this year so far has been pretty good to Dave Pallet. 48 games played, 29 wins for a win percentage of just a shade over 60%. And that is the healthiest win percentage of any player here for the first 3 days. A running average of 92.05.
59.
Best running average. And his doubles are brilliant at 39.21%. Putting those three things together, if you are a punter, he is the favourite to win this group.
Good
switching there from Dave, but he could find himself 2-0 down. A somewhat courageous route as Jelle goes for the bull.
65.
And narrowly misses
72.
it. I may argue the route for that 90, but these guys are better at playing darts right now than I am. It's double 8 for Pallet.
64.
Treble 12 for double 8. Seems to be getting more fashionable these days. Double 4.
17.
Classen nudges the wire.
David, you require 8.
Gotta find a double, Dave. Doesn't matter which one it is.
Six. Jelle, you require 8.
Well, well, well.
Game shot on the
It
second
is 2-0 to Classen.
Jelle
A
Klaasen.
somewhat scruffy leg, we have to admit. But Pallet's problem so far is very evident. Not hitting doubles.
So look, it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
Averages are all right. You see a lot of this standard
78.
at the start of a group when a new week is beginning. Trust me, they will get better. Some of them are going to have to get better.
123.
But Clawson's 2022 here at the Live League. 20 games played, 10 wins with 10 defeats.
58.
You don't need to be a mathematician to figure out his win percentage. Running average of 88.54, which is pretty good. He's at 25 maximum,
100.
so he's averaging more than one maximum per match, which again is quite decent.
140.
His doubles just a shade over
44.
1 in every 3, which he will not like. He'll want to raise that by a good 5 to 10% over the course of this week, no matter which groups he
100.
plays in. He will, of course, be hoping that he only plays in Group A in the lead up to Saturday night.
140.
But there is the chance for these guys to be playing in either Group C or B if they don't win Group A.
65. David, you require 94.
What's Pallet going to do from 94? He does have a history of somewhat weird and wonderful counting. But all of a sudden,
54.
this year I've seen him more conventional than ever. Double top for Classen.
Game shot on the
And a
third
beautifully
leg.
executed double
Jelle
10
Klaasen.
for a 3-0 lead. Now, I have to say at this point, no player is safe until they get that final double.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
The amount of times I have seen somebody 3-0 up in these best of 7 matches and lose, I'd be here all day telling you about those matches.
56.
So the short version is like this. Don't lose from this position. Give yourself a chance to win 4-0 and get it done. And that
180.
is how you do it. These guys are going to play each other 3 times over the next 3 days. 5 games today, 5 tomorrow, 5 on Wednesday. 3 games against each opponent. We will keep a tally of the head-to-head records against each other in case that comes into play.
58.
But it's pretty simple. If you get to 28 points in this group, you're going to be fine. Last week we saw Jim McEwen on 26 after 3 days, which is quite the effort. Only once in Live League history have we seen anybody get to 28 points in Group A. That was Colin Osborne.
180. You require 87.
This is for the match. Match DARTS.
Game shot on the match.
A
Jelle
4-0
Klaasen.
victory for the Dutch Open champion against the informed Pallet. So he's got to get in recovery mode. 91 average and 44% on the doubles. That's a really good start for Classen. And he is a momentum player, so I think maybe that will do him a lot of good for Monday. I was speaking about Colin Osborne. He is in the building. He is going to be playing in match number 3. And he's going to be up against the very dangerous winner of Phase 2 in 2022, Robert Owen. That's coming up on Sporty Stuff TV after this. Kays are doing all right so far today here on Monday in Keelan Kay and Mr. Classen. They've won pretty heavily in their first match of the day, so what can Osborne do now as he starts his campaign against Robert Owen? Always full of beans on a Monday morning as Robert Owen, always full of hunger against the workhorse that is the wizard Colin Osborne. The lad from Middlesbrough who has lived in the East Midlands most of the time over the last 15 to 20 years is back in the black shirt against the man in black and white today from Ogmore Vale in South Wales.
Okay, first leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
He's back for more success, is Robert Owen, after winning Phase 2, beating Dan Reid in the final. And he's banked one of those big checks this year of £6,000 already.
85.
There you see that noteworthy style of
60.
Robert Owen, who likes to get that stack attacked. You see what I did there? Somewhat similar ways of stacking the dart when they're trying to get their treble 20s grouped together, but nobody as pronounced in Live League darts as Robert Owen, as you find him looking at the bottom of that 60 bed and doing that.
180.
That's what he is all about. And he is going to cause lots of problems for people in Group A.
140.
To emphasise that point, in 2022, Robert Owen has played more matches than anybody in this group. He's got 2 180s in the first leg. This is his second home this year.
$46. Robbie, you require 81.
I hate to say this to Colin Osborne, but everybody seems to play well against him. At least when I'm sitting in the commentary box. That's a bad dart from Robert. And that leaves him on 53.
41. Oh, Colin, you require 145.
No joy in dart 1, so the 145 will not go.
105.
But he gets the next
Robert,
best
you
thing.
require 40.
That's a great guide for Robert. That's not.
20.
I've seen him side stack
Colin, you require 40.
those shots with that dart just above the the double 20 bed. Right there, it didn't work.
Game shot
That
the
one
first
did.
leg.
And that
Colin
will be the
Osborne.
last double top that Colin Osborne hits this week, because that is the double he's going to leave more than any other.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
This will signal the end of round 1 of our matches, of which there will be 5.
140.
And like I said, Owen has played more matches this year in 2022 at Live League than anybody in this group. He's played 158 games, 88 wins
96.
with 70 defeats, and a win percentage of 55.7, which is very good. Now, I've been privileged to some
60.
pretty deep stats over the last 10 days, working at the World Match Play up in Blackpool. And if you want to be an elite player these days, and I'm talking
123.
top of the tree, the person to beat, the biggest win percentage I have seen for any man at the top
97.
level was just shy of 76%. Now, I think Robert Owen's played really well this year, but even he is 20% short
43.
of Luke Humphreys at the top of the tree in that category. That tells you something.
140.
And everybody here at the Live League would like to congratulate Michael van Gerwen at winning his 3rd World Match Play last night against Gerwin Price in a great final.
85.
And similarly, we'd like to send our
64.
congratulations to Fallon Sherrick for winning the inaugural women's event yesterday after beating Eileen de Graaf in the final. Owen's back at tops.
44.
And again, he's missing
Colin, you
tops.
require 154.
I don't think my eyes are deceiving me, but I think that Colin
94.
Osborne's got a slightly different
You require
flight in this
20.
week. Double 10 is usually one of his favourite targets.
Game shown
And
the
on
second
this occasion,
Robert
it works. It's taken him a bit of time to get his first dart in a double in this match. In fact, he's had 7 attempts with 1 successful hit.
Look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Now, when we look at Colin Osborne's 2022, I don't think that Colin has been as successful here as 2021.
100.
I don't necessarily think that his level has dropped. In fact, if you look at his all-time average here at the Live League, it's 88.6. But his 2022 average is 87.64, so he's only dropped by a point. It's not a lot.
95.
But I think people have been playing better against him this year than last year. And there will be a milestone for Colin this week.
140.
After he's completed 7 matches, so his 5 today and in match 2 tomorrow, which will be against Keelan Kay. That will be his 300th Live League match over the last couple of years.
119.
Robert Owen has already played 355. The reason he's played more is
41.
because he's been successful. And when he's here, in a week, he's playing a lot of matches. He's playing a lot of Champions Weeks. And like I said, he's already won Phase 2 this year, after beating Dan Reed in that final on that early Sunday
123.
morning. Both players just finding their feet in this game.
100.
And they're
Well,
not
you
playing
reckon
poorly at
64.
all. 96 average for Osborne after a couple of legs. This is a good chance. It's just got better.
24. Robert, you require
Double
120.
top is getting a lot of attention in this game. It's just about to get some more.
100.
But again, he
Colin, you
misses
require 40.
the first shot. Osborne for his second bite of the cherry. Left of that.
30.
Bit scruffy.
Robert, you
That will
require
not
20.
please him at all. And Owen comes back to break Osborne's throw.
Game shown the
And does
third
so
leg.
somewhat
Robert Owen.
unexpectedly in 16 darts. Osborne will be seething that he's let his turn go that easily.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
It's going to be a long week to see who wins week 1 of stage 1. Just to remind everybody that
180.
this is a new beginning here at Live League Darts, because it's going to be 12 weeks of action to see who qualifies for the Champions Week in
125.
mid-October. Now, I did implore our darts fans to get in touch today. We've already had a tweet from Sharon with a very good question, in fact.
140.
And that question is asking if we have a ranking system here at the Live League, and we don't. I'm sure that's something that our
96.
organisers would look into, but without rankings, we do have form guides.
145.
We look at what they've done as far as win percentages are concerned, how many games they've won in a week, what their averages are, that kind of thing. And
43.
especially when they're on
Robbie
10
McCoy,
dart legs like
36.
Robert Owen is right now. Double 9. That was a bad dart from Robert.
18.
And when you set up the 10 dart opportunity and you miss 3 darts at double like that, you are left really displeased.
40. Robbie McCoy, 18.
And what does he do here? Is it straight for it? I think his eyes tell the story. Double 4.
Game shot on the 4th.
Very nice indeed for a
Robert
3-1
Owen.
lead. Now, this game should be tighter than this, but Owen, to his credit, is mopping up the crumbs that are left on the floor.
5th leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Now you see the 93 average for Robert. And at times this year,
41.
he has played some quite remarkable games. He set a new personal best very recently here at the Live League of 115.62, one of the best performances
100.
in Live League darts history. And without talking about the record of Jason Askew,
26.
which was set in the very first week of 2021, maybe the performance of all players in the last 2 years
140.
was marked last week by Graham Usher. I wasn't here to commentate on it. Henry Deacon was here, and he did a fabulous job.
100.
But I never thought I'd see a game here at the Live League where someone would get a 9-darter, 4-ton-plus finishes, including a 167 for the match,
100.
which culminated in a 111 average. As far as complete performances are concerned, that's about as complete as it gets.
140. Robbie McCoy, 100.
So how about a 161 to finish? Not quite.
65.
65 is decent to leave a 2-darter to win. And if he finds it, it will be 3 games down for our schedule today.
140.
And 3
Robbie McCoy,
trouncings.
96.
Beautifully hit. Double 18 still.
60.
Got closer. But not
Colin
close enough.
Osborne, 54.
Double top for Osborne to stay in it.
14.
That could signal the end of this
Robbie
match.
McCoy, 36.
Whenever Robert's been given a second bite, he doesn't say no.
Game
he says
shot
yes
on the match.
to a 4-1
Robert
victory.
Owen.
Not really a vintage performance from Robert Owen, but one of those steady performances that he's really going to need if he's going to have success here in Group A. 83.47 for Osborne. Owen, 92.04. The checkouts do need some work. You're not going to get through this group if you're going to have 22% on doubles, but he was given enough opportunities by Osborne, who will have to brush up on his average. Round number 2 is just about to start. So round 1 has been 4-1, 4-0, 4-1. Maybe we're going to get a closer match in round 4. Or match 4, sorry, in round 2. It's going to be Lee Cox against Jelle Klaasen. It's Classen looking to get 4 points from his first 2 games. That's coming right up. Welcome back to Live League Darts. It is Monday, it's Group A, it's Stage 1, so let's go into match number 4. As Jelle Klaasen, the former BDO World Champion from 2006, is trying to double his points tally. It's all smiles at the minute for the two guys who cut their beards with lasers. Facial hair seems to be very popular in darts at the minute. But I can't believe Jelle Klaasen's 37 years old.
Okay,
but when you think about it, it makes sense.
Game
because
on.
It's 16 years since he won that BDO World Championship against Raymond van Barneveld in the final at the age of 21.
93.
If this is your first time watching
60.
Live League Darts today, we welcome you. Thank you for joining us. We are your perfect antidote to your withdrawal symptoms from the World Match Play.
139.
Darts is always here on Sporty Stuff TV during the week.
91.
It's your home of midweek darts. And there's plenty for you this week. Not just Group A action over the next 3 days with these 6 players.
32.
But we do have some very tasty talent coming later in the week too. And I am privileged to tell you who that is.
96.
Now, in Group B, which will be on Thursday and Friday night, you will have positions 2 and 3 from Group
30.
A, playing against Aaron Monk, Jamie Kelling, and Nick Kenny. A
81.
bit of unpredictability there. With Aaron Monk, Jamie Kelling, nicknamed as Yellow Submarine, and Nick Kenny, a very tidy player from South Wales. But I
78.
am very interested in Group C this week, which will see positions 4, 5 and 6 from Group A after Wednesday's play.
133.
Play against Adam
Number
Atkinson from the
129.
northeast of England. He's making his debut. Jamie Durrant returns, and Tony Newell the Bear will be back.
93. Ellie Rockwood 40. Game shot on the first.
Classen is back,
Jelle Klaasen.
winning legs here in leg 1. He does like to get on with things. Rapidly back to the hockey with a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
Just talking about that Group C action, you obviously know about
80.
the surname Durrant because of 3-time world champion Glenn. We will see what Jamie does later in the week against
78.
Cumbrian Tony Newell, who is a very fine chap. I've known Tony a few years. But even though Adam Atkinson is from the northeast of England, I've never met him, and I don't know a great deal about him, so I do know his ADC ranking is very high.
180.
I know he's had a pretty good year, so I'll be fascinated to see Adam play later this week.
177.
Will it be as fascinating as this game? Because a 180 from Cox is backed up by a 177 from Clawson. Are we seeing a rise in standard
83. Ellie Rock 148.
from the players going into round number 2? That's great play.
128. Lee Rock 160.
A leave of double 10 after 12 with that lovely 1-2-8 approach. And already Cox is in a bit of bother.
60. Ellie required 20. Game shot on the second.
And when
leg.
Jelle is finding
Jelle
those
Klaasen.
doubles with no harm whatsoever, everybody should watch out, because over his career that has been a bit of an Achilles heel for him.
Look, it's Lee to throw first.
I think Jelle would admit, even though he started this match with 30 successful darts for 2-0, over the
60.
last 15 years, there have been too many matches he has given away because of missed doubles. His scoring has
85.
never been in question. His consistency maybe has been called into question, but the level of performance,
140.
the likelihood of quality has always been there. He's had style changes.
One,
He's changed his darts
180.
just about as many times as Peter Wright has. But trust me when I say this, Classen can throw anything. It's just about what
78.
he feels he should use. I mean, look at the points on these darts. They're longer than the barrel.
42.
Doesn't matter what they look like. Doesn't matter what they feel like as long as they go in. And this year, Lee Cox has made little changes to his equipment as
45.
well. He's using a shorter stem. He's using a moulded flight as opposed to a foldable flight in 2021.
134.
But this is not working out well so far for Lee, who has only won one leg so far today.
85.
And he
Game
may be
was
about
60.
to go 3-0 down. Double top.
Game
And
on
there
the
you
third
see
leg.
more
Jelle Klaasen.
accuracy on the outer ring. Back to the hockey in a flash. And he's looking to try and win this in double quick time.
Full flag, it's Jelle to throw first.
Don't be surprised if at some point this week Jelle Klaasen gets really close
100.
to the record for the quickest win. It's going to take some doing because Graham Usher is quicker than Jelle. And he does currently hold the record for the quickest game, which I think is
68.
about 5.5 minutes.
$43.
We do like a quick game here at the Live League. We've seen plenty of them over the course of the last 2 seasons.
96.
But it was at this point last year where we started to see people come to the fore. We started to see more quality from Thornton, from Richie Burnett.
61.
We introduced ourselves to Connor Scott. 2 of those guys went on to win tour cards.
97.
Over the next 12 weeks, we will have an amazing amount of action.
140.
And you can take us wherever you go because we're on YouTube. And we're also on your smart devices via Sporty Stuff TV if you have the Sky app.
125.
in the UK.
Nearly 157.
This is for the win. Second
77.
time in this leg that a dart has fallen on the floor.
115.
Not a bounce out, just colliding with his flight. Is he going 2 double tops? He probably should. He's got it wrong.
Game shot on the
Oh.
fourth flag. Lee Cox.
I got it wrong, did I? Well, it doesn't matter what I think. It's been a long week for me. I came here a little bit tired, but Lee Cox came here fresh-faced and got it right.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
For some reason, I thought he was on 105. I'm looking at 2 double tops.
34.
I was getting confused by his confusion. He didn't know which route to go. He could have gone bull for
135.
tops, but didn't like the lie. But ultimately, he gets his first leg of this contest.
58.
Well done, Lee. Well done.
$100.
I did have a little chat with Jelle Klaasen this morning, very briefly before he started his practice. And I asked him a very honest question,
85.
which he gave me a very honest answer for. I said, did you ever think that you would win the Dutch Open? And he said, I didn't think I'd even
84.
play in it ever again. After losing his tour privileges in the PDC, he has decided to utilise the
92.
WDF system a bit more. And he's had some really good success this year. Making a final in Denmark, winning the Dutch Open,
58.
has opened up a lot of doors because he is now guaranteed a spot at Lakeside for 2023.
65.
But for him to win
Yellow
that tournament,
124.
it shines on his CV.
84.
He never
Yellow
thought he was going to play in it ever again.
167.
Because he thought he'd be a PDC pro for the rest of his career. It's funny how things turn out.
$47.
So for the match, Classen has been the better player.
Time shot on
and
the
he gets the
match.
points.
Jelle Klaasen.
So far today, Jelle Klaasen has played 9 legs of darts. He has won 8 of them, and that 97 average on the number is the best average we've seen so far today. If he incrementally improves again in round 3, we could be seeing our first ton plus average. But 80% on the checkouts. That is world class no matter where you play. Well done, Jelle. You are now on 4 points. Match number 5 is going to be Robert Owen against Keelan Kay. Keelan started pretty well also. Can he do what Jelle did? Here coming up in match number 5. This is coming up right after this. welcome back to Live League Darts. The asset's still here in the commentary chair, and I think the key word for today so far is dominance. We have seen a 4-0 victory, but 3 4-1s as well. Will we get a tighter match here with Keelan Kay taking on Robert Owen? They both won their first game of the day by the same margin of 4-1. They will be hoping they can replicate that. And this game is all about replication. It's all about your own individual style as well. As the young lad from Cornwall returns with the nickname the Lord of the Board.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
That's a pretty good nickname. There are some shockers out there.
140.
But there are also some really good ones. And in this match, you've got a couple of corkers. I do like Stack Attack. It's got a really good ring to it.
180.
A bit like a referee calling a 180 in your first 3 darts of the match.
$81.
Are we going to see this week the real Keelan Kay standing up?
93.
He's had some sparkling displays here at the Live League over the last couple of years. And he played a lot during lockdown when this project began.
58.
From his house in Cornwall, he was going up against the likes of Jason Askew, myself,
29.
Martin Adams, Dave Evans, Richie Edhouse. And he's played a lot of games. But over the last couple of years, since we've been in this studio, Keelan's played 138 games with an average of 85.82, which is pretty good.
96. Robert, you're going 128.
We'll come back to his stats in a second, because he's going to get a look at the 103.
80. You're going 103.
Might just take it.
Game shown the first leg.
What a lovely
Keelan
start
Kay.
this is from Keelan. I said he was a young man of few words a little bit earlier on in his first game.
Second leg, it's Keelan
Keeps
to
throwing
throw
like
first.
that.
Game on.
He's just letting his darts do the talking.
140.
This looks really good. From a player who's played 138 games in this little studio and has yet to register a 100 plus average. I am quite surprised by that.
140.
Now, it would be rather funny, after me saying that, if he registered it in this game.
100.
In fact, there are only 2 players who are yet to register a ton plus average from this group in their Live League careers.
93.
Kay is one of them. The other one is Classen. Now, that's the bad news for Jelle.
60.
But the good news is
28.
that 97 average in the previous game was a new personal best.
88.
If Keelan is to worry
140.
the stats machine
40.
with a 3-figure average, this would be handy.
Game shown the second leg.
And he's
Keelan
hitting
Kay.
tops in every single portion. I've seen him hit tops in the middle today, in the right-hand side, the left-hand side. I wonder which portion of the tops he's going to hit next.
Throw first. Game on.
28 darts for the first 2 legs.
100.
If he does that again, the likelihood is he will win by 4-0.
93.
There's a lot going on with that dart shirt, isn't there? Now, if you think I'm talking gibberish, I'm going to be sitting here for 105 games this week. I've got to find some things to talk about. Keelan Kay has got his name all over this shirt.
40.
As if we didn't know who he was already. He's got the nickname on the back. A couple of different colours. What's going on behind the dartboard at the back of the shirt?
100.
Yeah, my initial impression is that there's a couple of cows there.
180.
I'll have to get a closer look. But he's getting a closer look at a 3-0 lead after that second maximum of the match.
140.
But to Owen's credit, he's starting to find his form.
100. Robbie records 78.
I hate to say this, Robert. You're going to have to take this.
54.
That could be a catastrophic error in this 5th game of the day. Double 14.
Game shot on the third.
There
leg.
it is.
Keelan Kay.
3 shots, 3 hits on the outer ring. This is fast becoming the best performance that Keelan has had
Keelan to throw
here
first.
at the Live League.
Game on.
But he's not over the line yet. I've seen many people
100.
come out of the blocks like this, looking to set records for themselves or even for the Live League. And ultimately,
60.
they relax a bit too much and they lose from this position. But just look at Keelan Kay go.
137.
I remember a game, the last time I was here, funnily enough, Dave Pallett
60.
was averaging around 122 and he was 3-0 up. Wow. That is a great switch, Keelan.
156.
You do not see many people hit a 156 on approach. That was a big pull to the left. And has it worked out?
60.
You bet it has.
108.
I'll come back to that Dave Pallett mention a little bit later because he's playing next. And
88.
Keelan Kay's just missed a dot to have pretty much the perfect game.
Should
be game over.
20.
And
Game
is.
shot on the match.
What
Keelan
is
Kay.
going on today? Destruction here at the Live League. 4-0 to Keelan Kay, and that did not take long. He's just bettered his personal best average here at Live League Darts by almost 10 points. I think maybe he is maturing very well in the middle part of 2022, and Robert Owen is left shell-shocked, only getting 2 shots at a double. Unbelievable stuff. So, best average of this week happens in match number 5 for the day. What's going to happen in match number 6? I mentioned Dave Pallett. He's taking part in it, and he's going to be playing against Colin Osborne right after this. Welcome back to match number 6 here for Monday in Group A of Stage 1. And I think it'll be very difficult for all of our players to better what we've just seen from Keelan Kay, 109.31. That is the mark for Dave Pallett and for Colin Osborne to better at some point this week. But it's not about averages. They're just a guide, remember. 2 points is what you're after when you play these matches best of 7 legs.
Okay, first leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
First match of the day for Dave did not go as planned, losing 4-0 to Jelle Klaasen.
140.
He'll be looking to turn things around pretty quickly. Same for Colin Osborne pretty much. He lost 4 legs to 1 to Robert Owen. So these guys are already in the chasing pack because Classen and Keelan Kay have started with 2 perfect wins. Both on 4 points, both on +7 leg difference.
140.
But there's a long way to go. It's going to be another 48 hours from now to see how this table does shape up.
85.
This is the marathon group. You have to play over 3 days, 15 matches each.
140.
It's a very difficult task to do. But it's something that Osborne has done brilliantly before in 2021.
96. David, you've got
He actually holds the record for the most points gained in a Group A. 28 points from 30. Double 16.
49.
Almost an opening 12 darter there for Dave Pallett. .140 approach for Colin.
140.
Doesn't come much better than that.
Game shot
And
the
the first leg of the day for Dave Pallet.
Pallett.
Averaged 87 in his first game, but it didn't get him any points. But that's a really strong start for Dave, completing that leg in 13 darts.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
It's not as if Osborne played poorly. He was on a double after 12. There has been a gradual improvement from game 1 to game 5 today. Even though all of the results are fairly similar, 2 4-0s and 3 4-1s, so that path of destruction to points has been followed ever since the first game of the day. But Keelan started with an 88 average, then we had a 91 from Clawson, a 92 from Owen, then a 97 from Clawson, and then 109, so gradual improvement game to game.
60.
And if that continues, what on earth are we in for in this game?
$140.
Or maybe they can sustain it or even improve on what we've seen. It's Osborne looking for a 12 darter.
Colin, you've got 81.
It might be better than 12.
Game shot.
It is a 12.
Colin Osborne.
And his average has climbed to 120 in the first couple of legs. But we are in the infancy of this game.
To throw first.
There's a long way to go. Now I'm going to throw it out there. Earlier this season, I said someone is going to break 120 in best of 7 leg darts here at the Live League this year. I stand by it. I think it will happen
60.
Within the next 12 weeks. If I'm sitting here in 12 weeks, or even on the Oki in the next 12 weeks,
140.
and it hasn't happened, I'm all right with egg on my face, because I am willing to make those bold calls. And yes, I did give you a little teaser there.
140.
I am going to play at some point in the next 3 months.
$57.
As to who will play week on week, we will drip feed you the information as to who's going to play.
125.
But I can guarantee you, from the information that I've been given, there are some really interesting weeks in there. Nice ton there for Dave to leave a 2-darter to re-establish the lead. Good quality contest this. Averages are way above 100.
100. David, you require 64.
Treble 8 or treble 16? Neither for now. Oh, hello.
48.
Almost a double-double.
Colin, you require
That double
76.
16, I assure you, was not meant. This could be mint. Double 8 for Osborne.
72.
And he can't find the minty coloured double.
David, you require 60.
In double 4 for the lead, and Pallet has dodged one.
Game shot on the third leg.
Pallet gets one.
David Pallett.
For 2-1. This is a good game so far. Nobody wants to be on 0 points after 2 rounds, but one of them has to be.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. $41.
At this point in certain people's lively careers, we are very privileged to have a lot of numbers in front of us, and some of them are relevant.
36.
Some of them aren't. Some of them are funny. Now, I am a bit of a stats guy. I do like a stat. And here at the Live League, we've got a guy working for us by the name of Mark Walker who does an amazing job, providing us with stats pretty much every day. Not a thankless task, I might add.
180.
And that is Dave Pallett's first maximum of this match. But one of the stats that I've looked out on my sheet today
80.
is how many darts at double Colin Osborne's had in his Live League career. Prior to today, he'd had 2,393. But Robert Owen's got more. He's had almost 3,000 darts at a double.
60.
You've got to be a workhorse if you want to be successful at the Live League. It's not easy to play here.
100.
Just ask these guys how they feel at the end of each campaign. Fit to drop on the Sundays and Mondays after a weekly campaign. It's hard work.
121. 125.
But it's work they wouldn't swap. 60 for tops.
55. Colin, you're requiring 99.
That's a somewhat sensible last start there from Dave. How about a sensational second and third from Osborne? Not meant to be.
79.
Gets one of the two.
David, you require 70.
Looking at the tens. Double top for a 3-1 lead.
50.
We could well have the first
20.
game today where somebody is going to lose a match with more than one leg. But maybe we aren't.
David, you require 20.
Pallet comes back for a break of throw in 7 visits.
Game shot on the
And
fourth.
that's what he finds.
David Pallett.
A 19-darter crumbles the average for Pallet, but he doesn't care because he's back at the hockey now to try and serve out for a 4-1 win.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
I say the averages had crumbled, but there you see they're pretty decent. But
98.
based on where they were sitting after 3 legs, they have come down by quite some way. At one point, Pallet was over 122.
85.
I wonder where Dave Pallett's going to be playing in 2023.
94.
Winning a Challenge Tour event recently. And also winning the England Open. A really great achievement. I just want to pass on my
121.
congratulations to Dave. I really like him. I've spent a bit of time with him in the past, and he's always good fun. But beating Graham Hall by 5 legs to 4 in that England Open final was a great win,
57.
because we've seen a lot of Graham Hall here this year, and he was very successful, having some great games. But if you think that's an
68.
isolated incident, think again. Pallet made a final of a Challenge Tour, losing to Jan van Veen, who everybody who likes the Live League knows who Jan van Veen is now. That was in
56.
Challenge Tour number 12. But then in the last one, Challenge Tour 15, he beat Denny Calter of the Netherlands by 5 legs to 3.
91.
Taking out players like Lucas Venig, Dan Reed, who you know a lot about, Scott Marsh, who you know a lot about, Stefan Belmont. Just proof that players that come to the Live League aren't doing too badly in the other systems like the WDF and the PDC Challenge Tour.
$104.
Great approach from Aussie, but it may be the end of the match. Where does he go? Double 18? 2 double 19s. I don't mind that shot.
36. Colin, you require
Just
32.
didn't execute it. That's a wide.
Game show on
That
the
is
5th
not.
leg. Colin Osborne.
3-2 for the first time today. So finally, in game number 6, we're going to have a game that's minimum 6 legs of darts.
6th leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Osborne did win a week back in phase 1,
60.
beating Lisa Ashton in the final on the Saturday night. Seems like a long time ago now.
140.
In fact, there are only 2 guys in this group who have won on Saturday night. Weekly win for Osborne
140.
in week 4 of phase 1. Robert Owen won Champions Week in phase 2.
180.
I think Dave Pallett may be winning this game by 4 legs to 2. Unless Osborne finds a matching 180.
140.
But he is first to a finish. Here's the bad news, Colin. You're going to have to hit that 161.
135. Colin, you rock 161.
Bends the wire. And is not going to get a look at the 51 for bull option.
$54. David, you're going 46.
Currently, Lee Cox is at the bottom of the table. He may have some company on 0 points. If Pallet hits 10s,
36.
reprieve for the wizard.
Colin, you require 107.
Perfect. Good enough.
Game
Bingo.
on the 6th flag.
Just like that,
Colin
we
Osborne.
have a game that goes the distance. So Pallet has squandered match shots, of which he's had a couple, but now he has to create more opportunities in leg 7.
7th and final leg, it's David to throw first.
I put Pallet up there with Dave Chisnell because they have the same first name. That whenever he tells himself off, or if somebody else tells him off, they will call him David. but to everybody else, he's called Dave.
38.
And Colin Osborne, I've mentioned this in the past, but it's worth mentioning again. He's the greatest creator of affectionate nicknames of anybody I've ever met.
60.
He just takes your surname, Aussie style, as in Australian, not Aussie, his own nickname. Sticks an O at the end, and he just calls you that. He invented everybody calling me Nico, which has become an affectionate nickname wherever I go now.
58.
I don't know what he calls Dave Pallett. Probably Dave-O.
57.
Got a great bunch of lads in Group A. I think the banter in the practice room is going to be pretty decent.
140.
But if Pallet does win this match, I don't think Colin's going to speak to him for about 5 minutes. Oh, look at Osborne, though. Defiant.
180.
First 180 of the match at the last chance of getting it.
63.
And he will get a look at the 91.
Colin, you require 91.
That's 3 match darts missed by Pallet in 2 different legs. 74 remain. And he doesn't get a shot at a double. He's worked so hard to stay in this match.
51.
But ultimately, it should be taken away from him.
Game
and it
shot
is
on the
taken away
match.
from him.
David
He worked super
Pallett.
hard to get the opportunity to win the match, but he just fell 1 dart short. A really good game. You see, both the averages are mid-90s. The doubles are very respectable, but earlier on, in legs 1, 2, and 3, the averages were sensational, and it turned into our best and tightest contest of the day so far. So that's round 2 done and dusted. We'll have a look at the table when we come back after the break, and we will go into round 3 here on Sporty Stuff TV in a few short moments. It's now time for the middle section of our action for Monday. Round number 3, we'll see everybody play their third match of the day. Let's see where they're standing as we go into this round after they've played 2 matches so far. There you can see Keelan Kay and Jelle Klaasen at the top. 2 wins from 2. And it is possible that they will play each other a little bit later after 4 wins from 4, because they will play each other in round 5 today. But Robert Owen on 2, Lee Cox on 0.
Okay, first
it's Lee trying to take himself off the foot of the table with his first win of the day. And look what we've got here.
60.
Your eagle-eyed commentator has spotted a change of equipment. Nothing of the sort from Robert Owen.
140.
He should be pretty happy with the way he's played today so far. Averaging over 91 for the day. But you just sense that maybe Lee Cox is looking for something. He's trying to search
58.
for a bit of confidence, a bit of form. And it brings me to one of the things that I've talked about the most this year. How do you find
123.
The answer is, you don't. You build it. Brick by brick.
100.
Piece by piece. You don't just wake up and have confidence. It grows with good technique, with good mentality, with good decisions.
140.
And that's what Lee needs to do. If he's confused with what he's using, he may need to get some advice as to how to go forward.
63.
He's obviously a great dart player. London
98.
captain. Played many great games here and on the Challenge Tour and beyond. But at the minute,
58.
it looks like he's searching for something. You never know, he might find it this week and
60.
build that confidence just a little bit more
40.
for the rest of the summer. Owen for tops. And that double 10 bed has banked him quite a few quid this year. He's been really good on things like double 12, double 18, but that double 10 bed has been his best friend.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And very similarly to Dave Pallett, Robert Owen has had a pretty good and very busy season.
77.
We've talked about his live league stats already earlier today, so let's talk about stuff away from here. Challenge Tour darts, WDF action in places like the Isle of Man.
100.
Qualifying school earlier this year where it didn't quite happen for him. But in all of the games that have been
60.
recorded, he's averaging 87.86, which is pretty good. He's won 64 games this season away from the live league.
140.
He's played 96. I think that's a pretty good hit rate. More recently, he has lost out in a final in Challenge Tour 13
41.
to the very talented young Dutchman Jurjen van der Velde. Yes, another Van coming from the Netherlands.
140.
Yeah, watch out for young Jurjen. There's a tongue twister. Young Jurjen.
140. Lee require 121.
Talk a bit more about what Robert's done this season after this shot for Lee. That small 5 is getting a bit of attention.
45.
This leg is far from done, and Robert knows it. But he doesn't like that second dart.
40.
He doesn't really like that third one either. Double top for Lee.
36.
Tidy try.
Robert, you require 140.
And if this goes, Lee's going to feel hollow.
$77. Lee require 40.
Double top again.
Game's on
And
the
he
second
finds a
leg.
bit of success
Lee
on double
Cox.
tens, so his first leg in a little bit of time, that will gradually build that confidence. All he can do is win one leg at a time, remember?
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Yes, you look at some of the players that Robert Owen has beaten very recently on the Challenge Tour and
60.
in the Isle of Man when he went there earlier this year. He's beaten the likes of Jelle Klaasen. That was in Challenge Tour 13 by 5 legs to 4. He's beaten Daryl Pilgrim, who you know a lot about from the
100.
Live League. Players like Stephen Burton, who won Phase 3, a battle of the Phase winners in a Challenge Tour very recently in
100.
Germany. He's had a couple of battles with Jacques Larbe of France as well. Winning one and losing one. But he's had
140.
quarterfinals in Challenge Tours. He made the quarterfinals of the Isle of Man, where he lost out to James Hurrell
60.
after beating one of the best names on the darts tour, Evander Stevenson.
$100.
He's in position to win leg 3. Here's the man from South Wales.
60. Robbie Rock 161.
That's a great first start.
97.
And that's not a bad leave. Not a bad leave at all. That's not a bad leave
180.
either.
Robbie Rock
This
164.
leg could change right here. Double top.
24.
And Owen misses by the finest margin.
41.
Is Lee Cox starting to find something as he's changed his darts again?
Game's on the third leg. Lee Cox.
We may have a Simon Whitlock / Peter Wright style Lee Cox happening this week because he keeps flip-flopping between two sets of darts.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Now, of the players in this group,
100.
they've all played this year previously. Best finish by any of the players
140.
is 170. Only one player has done that. That's Dave Pallett. Lee Cox's best finish, 156.
100.
Robert Owen, 167.
$77.
Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, we're going to get a debutant this week. And one thing we're trying to do here at Live League Darts
120.
over the next 12 weeks is give a few more players their first crack. If they are worthy, we want to give you quality here.
135.
As well as a good looking few bunch. Because let's face it, Lee Cox he's a good looking lad, isn't he? Bit of eye candy for the girls. And the boys.
149. Lee Rock 149.
That's eye candy when it comes to darts. He's just hit a 149 and Lee Cox has got it left. It's not often you see that.
59. Robbie Rock 132.
Double 16.
$16.
I hate to say it, Stack Attack,
Lee Rock
but
190.
uh-oh, there may be trouble ahead. But there's that small 5 again. And he pays the price for missing the 20.
20.
No shot at double. In fact, he gets
Robbie
nowhere
Rock
near it.
16.
He will be livid.
Game's on the
Especially
fourth
now that he's
leg.
lost leg 4.
Robert Owen.
In the first 5 games of the day, we didn't have any close matches, but this one might be the second in a row that goes the distance.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Remember, this is just the start of round number 3. Your round 3 matches will continue after this with Classen against Osborne. Bit of a heavyweight clash, that one. And Keelan Kay, after that ridiculous average in game number 5 against Robert, will take on Dave Pallett in game 9. Just a reminder to all of our live league fans, we have Group A action tomorrow from 9:30 AM. The climax of Group A on Wednesday from the same time. And then Thursday and Friday we have double sessions.
125.
Group C will be 9:30 in the morning. And Group B will be 10 PM at night for your late night darting action. Live on Sporty Stuff. And then it will all culminate with the Week 1 Stage 1 finals on Saturday night at 10.
83.
Who will be there? Who will be successful? Everybody wants to be standing on that hockey the same way that Jim McEwen was standing on it in the early hours of Sunday, grasping a check.
41.
That's about the size of Hampshire. In the words of Happy Gilmore in that very famous golf
140.
movie, he said, I don't want one of those little checks. Give me one of those big ones. And that's how Jim McEwen feels today. Although he will look pretty silly taking that check to the bank.
We require 93.
This isn't silly.
Game shown
in fact, it's very good indeed.
Robert Owen.
And Robert Owen has got himself a 3-2 advantage now. Lee Cox has played improved stuff in this game. I know his average is still at 81-ish.
Game on.
But Owen is maintaining a very good level of play today. Won with a 92 against Osborne. Lost with a 90 against Kay. Not that he could do anything about Keelan Kay's performance. But this is 94. This is fast becoming his best performance of the day so far.
140.
I was talking to somebody over the weekend whilst I was working on the radio for the World Match Play. And it was actually former footballer Dean Saunders. And he said to me, darts is not really a summer sport, is it? And I didn't really think about it too much as I gave him my response, but he's right. It isn't really a summer sport. It's seen more as a winter sport. Something you do when you're trying to escape the cold. When it's nice outside, you tend to go out and go to the beach, walk the dogs, that kind of thing. But
161.
The Live League, this is a year-round thing, you see. It's a spring, summer, autumn, and winter sport.
161.
Like I said, Lee has improved. He's left himself on double 12,
76.
but needs to dodge Robert Owen getting another 3-dart checkout.
36.
And he does dodge it.
Lee required 24.
Are we going the distance for the second consecutive match?
$18.
That may be curtains for Cox.
Robert, you require 40.
As Owen goes for tops. A bumper.
Going shot on the match.
Boy.
Robert Owen.
Okay. Right, that went in. But how did it go in? I'd love to see that one in slow motion. That may have hit the dart, bounced up, then fell in the double top. Good performance from Robert Owen, 91.58. Pretty good. 1 out of every 3 doubles hit. That's a very steady performance to go with what he's done already today. But that double top, oh, that was a lucky dart. I think even Robert Owen would admit that. Jelle Klaasen against Colin Osborne's coming next in our middle match of the day. Bit of a heavyweight clash against 2 players who have won PDC titles in their career. It's coming right up after this. if form was based on what people had done in the PDC in their careers, these two would be at the top of the tree in this group, because both have won PDC titles in their career. Who's going to win? Game 8. We'll talk a little bit more about their PDC careers as they do battle over 7 legs, potentially. But there you see 3 players now on 4 points, as Owen has won 2 of his 3 games now, but Classen is looking for 3 from 3.
Okay, first look, it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
He has been very good today, has Jelle, starting with a 4-0 victory against Pallet, averaging 91. And then
84.
setting himself a new Live League personal best of 97 dead against Lee Cox, winning 4 legs to 1. 80% on doubles in that match. Really was key to setting that personal best average. But maybe it's only a matter of time before he breaks a ton. Someone of his quality should surely be breaking 3 figures every now and again.
$180.
You never know, we could break 3 figures in this game from either player. So much to talk about when it comes to the careers of these guys. I've already mentioned Jelle's win of a World Championship in 2006. Making a semi-final at Alexandra Palace as well.
99.
Well, let's start with Osborne. 7 PDC titles. First one coming in 2006. Had a very good 2008.
125. Colin, you reckon 100.
And 2009 was pretty good too. Last PDC title coming in 2011. A wonderful place in Germany called Gladbeck. I know that one very well because that day when he won, I was in the semi-finals.
136.
Treble 19, the target with dart number 3.
96.
And
Colin,
found to be tops. Osborne trying to shut Classen out.
69.
And can't with 2 efforts at double 12.
40.
Double 10.
20.
And they are the
Colin,
darts
12.
that really irk Classen. Well thrown, but not finding the target. Double 3.
Game
It's
shot
the
the
old
first
salt
leg.
in the wound
Colin
dart there
Osborne.
from Osborne. Just when Classen thinks he's coming back, he thinks, nobody likes double 3. Well, Osborne does right now.
It's Colin to throw first.
It is a break of throw.
$96.
One of those PDC titles for Osborne was the Championship League
50.
darts in 2009. That was a very big event where you played a lot of darts all day long. In fact, it was very similar to this.
140.
But we do have to address the fact that Colin Osborne beat Phil Taylor to win the whole thing
99.
in 2009. You'd have to ask him as to whether that's the best achievement he's ever had in the game. Or was it making the UK Open final that same year, where he lost to Phil Taylor? Maybe we can find out at some point this week.
40.
One thing I did not know until this morning, and I thought I knew a lot of things about Colin, is that one of his first nicknames in the game was Deadshot.
96.
Did you know that? Because I didn't.
56. Colin, you reckon 122.
We'll talk more about Jelle's PDC career in a moment. It looks like Osborne may be taking a 2-0 lead. He's going to lay up for tops.
Oh,
he's not.
97.
He's going to miss a single. Silly Colin.
$44. Colin, you require 25.
So instead of tops, it's 8s.
17.
Just a little bit messy. And because Classen has not really found his range on the scoring until now,
180.
Osborne is getting multiple shots to take a 2-0 advantage. And that's a beautiful dart.
On the second leg.
Because that first
Colin
dart really
Osborne.
was a blocker for that green segment in the northeast corner. A great, great shot to give him a 2-0 lead.
So look, it's Jelle to throw first.
So let's have a little gander at Jelle's career.
140.
3 PDC titles. And to a lot of people, that might be quite surprising that he's only got 3.
95.
He won 2 of them in 2015. And his first came in 2007 in Killarney, a place where we used to go
60.
every October to play in the John McAvoy Gold Dart Classic, as well as the Irish Masters, which was an unranked event. And one of the lovely things about that tournament in Killarney is that it always seemed to be on Jelle Klaasen's birthday, the 3rd week of October.
134.
And we always used to laugh that Jelle's birthday clashed with Barry Bates's birthday. So it was always a jolly affair.
59. Jelle, you require 167.
Great first start. Chooses not to go for the 57 in bull.
131.
And that was the perfect tactic. I want to talk more about Jelle's career in a second because
58.
when you look
Jelle,
at
you
it,
require
there's
36.
something very strange about it. Double 9. 10 for double 4.
28.
He's trying to bamboozle us all. But I know his game pretty well. He doesn't mind the split options, like the 2 for double 8 or the 10 for double 4. He's a very astute player.
80.
Let's see if
Jelle
he's an
require
accurate
8.
player.
4. Colin, you require
Not on this occasion.
128.
And his average has dropped by a good 17 points from his previous performance. That's in. He needs another. You can see in the
88.
background that
Jelle
Jelle
require
Klaasen
4.
is not happy with this performance.
Game shot on the
He'll
third.
be happy that he's won the
Jelle
leg, though.
Klaasen.
I'm looking at the glasses half full option because he was ready to really get angry if he was going to lose that leg.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Darts are sometimes about accuracy and keeping your emotions in check.
140.
Okay, so let's go back into Jelle's career. We've mentioned that he won the Dutch Open this year. Great achievement.
43.
But here is the strange thing about that. He won the Worlds in 2006.
131.
That is it. The Worlds and the Dutch Open in the WDF BDO system, that's all.
58.
It's remarkable. I'm amazed there's been nothing else. Now, I'm using a database which is
135.
incredibly reliable. So I'm trusting it. But maybe there will be more titles this year.
180.
He's already made a final in Denmark, remember? I mentioned he lost to James Richardson. So he could add to that tally. Look at double 8.
87.
That was very creative from Colin.
60. Colin, you require 8.
Double 4 again. It was good to him last time he was here. He got it on dart 2 the last time he was here.
6.
He gets nothing for his efforts.
Jelle, you require 160.
Well, not nothing. He gets a look at double 1, potentially.
63. Colin, you require 2.
Madhouse. There's only one player in the world who likes double one.
No score.
It's not Colin Osborne.
Jelle, you require 97.
Great shot.
Game
Great
on the
hit.
4 flag.
It's 2-2.
Jelle Klaasen.
And even Jelle Klaasen knows right now that it shouldn't be 2-2. It should be 3-1 Osborne. But we could be having another tight match
Jelle
here.
to throw first.
And a
Game on.
wry smile there from Classen as he looked back at Osborne as if to say, you know I shouldn't have won that leg.
83.
Let's have a little gander
85.
into Jelle Klaasen's win at the Dutch Open, shall we? In the last 64, he took out Patrick van der Bogaard by 4 legs to 1. That looked pretty comfortable. After that, he took out the very, very dangerous Richard Veenstra, who now holds the record for the highest average in a Lakeside Championship. That was 4 legs to 0 as well. After that, he beat Aaron Turner in the last 16 by 4 legs to 1. So it's looking pretty comfortable at this point. Then he took out someone who I've already mentioned today, Jurjen van der Velde.
58.
Then, in the semi-finals, a game that I actually watched when he beat Thibaut Tricol,
123.
very famous French dart player, one of our friends from Live League Darts. That was 2 sets to 1. What a game that was.
What
a game this could
be.
What's going to happen next? Tops.
Game shown the
something has clicked for Classen, hasn't
it?
Because that's a 14 darter, and he's now ahead by 3 legs to 2.
Sigvig, it's Colin to throw first.
Maybe me talking about this Dutch Open win a bit more is starting to fire him up. Not that he can hear me. At least I hope he can't, because they're in the next room and I may be talking quite loudly. He did beat Mark Barilli in the final of the Dutch Open by 3 sets to 0. Even Jelle would admit it wasn't the biggest quality final. Does he care? Absolutely not one jot.
60.
It's a bit like asking Danny Noppert, does he care that the UK Open final was won with an 84 and a bit average? No. Did he win £100,000? Yes. Is he having a great season? Yes.
85.
Is Jelle Klaasen going to win this match? Maybe.
58.
Not with darts like that, though. That's a lovely switch.
96.
Doesn't quite get to the finish, but Jelle was needing 2 trebles just to get into the same sort of vicinity
60.
as Osborne is in. This is the point of the day where we're right in the middle. Match number 8 of 15. These guys will play each other in match number 8 tomorrow. We've had 7 previous to this game, and we will have 7 after it.
125.
That's a vicious deflection.
Colin, you require 87.
20 for the bullseye.
62.
115. Yes, 115, not 105, because I got it wrong earlier. 96 left for the match.
79.
And when you're in that position, you just want to get it
25.
done. Classen could be pegged back now if Osborne finds what he's looking for. Trying to mimic you too.
Game on the 6th flag.
And he's still trying to find what he's looking for because he wants 2 points, doesn't he? Things are very tight here. 3-3. 1 leg shootout to see who wins game 8.
7th and final leg is Jelle to throw first.
The
140.
state of Dutch darts right now, it's not in a bad place, right? Michael van Gerwen winning the World Match Play last night. Eileen de Graaf making the final of the women's event, losing out to Fallon Sherrick. And when you're looking at the
43.
names that did well in the Dutch Open, for example, you've got Classen, you've got
100.
Ivo Lijksma, you've got Jan van Veen, Bradley Rose, Jurjen van der Velde, Johan van Veltzen. I could go on and on and on.
26.
Even Ian Konterman, who was here a couple of weeks ago, he was pretty useful. Dutch darts is in a pretty good place, in my opinion.
81.
And don't you worry. Classen is not going to be the only Dutch player that you see over the next few weeks.
100.
There will be more. That's a decent
100.
ton. He's already had one match dart at double 18. He should get at least one more in the next visit.
41.
Osborne
Jelle
is going to be
80.
left really crestfallen if he loses again.
Going
And he has lost
shot
again.
on the match.
Classen
Jelle Klaasen.
really worked hard to get those 2 points, but 2 points he gets. Here are the stats. 79.58 for Osborne. A decrease in his form. Classen was around the 79 mark himself for most of that match, but did find another gear in the last few legs. So he does keep his 100% record going with 28% on his doubles in that match with a high check out of 100. So it's over to Keelan Kay to see if he can keep pace at the top of the table. He plays in our next match against Dave Pallett, coming up after the break. Hello darts fans and welcome back to Sporty Stuff TV's coverage of Live League Darts. Here, Paul the Asset Nicholson calling this one in. It's going to be Dave Pallett against Keelan Kay, who is fresh off his best ever performance here at the Live League. He's looking to keep pace with Jelle Klaasen, who is 3 from 3 in his games today. A really good start for the Dutchman. But this All-England clash of two former England internationals will be very interesting
first,
indeed.
Keelan to throw first. Game on.
For Keelan, former England international at youth level, Pallet at senior level.
84.
Two swift dartists in this one. But at this stage of the day, we're talking about people's careers and what they've done to date.
100.
As far as Keelan is concerned, at 20 years of age, I think he's
97.
getting to the point now where his career will evolve. Some of the things that he's been doing over the last couple of years may start to be erased. And by that I mean some of the mistakes he's made, like pulling the dart to the left, which has been a bit of a miss for him. Today he's been
100.
very straight, apart from one dart where he hit a treble 12, which was a happy accident.
$140.
Keelan has won a lot for his country. Things like the World Cup pairs for England at youth level.
135.
And the World Cup youth singles. Big titles. Big titles. He's also won 2 development tour titles in the PDC.
92.
Which tell
85.
me, because they were last year, that maybe something can happen this year for him. There is that drag to the left that sometimes creeps in, but not as much
36.
as it has over the last couple of years.
109.
It is something he's looking to address before he goes into the autumn.
$69.
Now, he has been really
49.
good on tops. He's relied on it, and he's back there
Game shot on the
with
first
success.
Keelan Kay.
This is what darts is all about. It's not always about 170 checkouts and 161s. It's about things like that.
Second leg
If
is
you
David
like
to throw
tops
first.
and you're hitting tops, leave it again.
$41. $140.
Yeah, he's looking pretty impressive, isn't he? Even with a couple of semi-dodgy darts in that first leg, he seems to have carried on what he was doing a bit earlier. Maybe not to the same degree,
180.
but we do have a 180 from Pallet, who, for a 32-year-old,
125.
is maybe coming into his prime. I mentioned some of the things he's done very recently, like winning the England Open. But he played as an
56.
international for his country 10 years ago. Yes, that's right. When he was 22, he played for England
57.
at senior level. He's been around a long time. And he is still responsible for the funniest thing that's ever happened on the European tour.
140.
If you've never seen it, look at it on YouTube. It's hilarious. He's playing against Daryl Gurney, I think it was. He's got 170 left
99.
in front of a massive
require
crowd. He goes
84.
treble 20, treble 20, whips up the crowd, goes back to the board and hits a single 18. Absolutely hilarious. But that's not funny.
44. Keelan, you require
You won't
80.
be laughing right now after missing that 14. 25 in bull, and the bull is blocked.
32.
He does throw a
David
fairly
require 40.
sizable piece of tungsten, does Keelan.
Game shot on
And
the
he's now
second leg.
1-1.
David Pallett.
Should have had a shot at the outer ring with that 80 checkout, but because he dragged it to the left and couldn't find the bullseye with the fixed job, it means it's 1-1.
So look, it's Keelan to throw first. '84.
I still can't see what's either side of that dartboard on the back of his shirt. I'm going to have to get a quicker look at it, or a closer look at it.
140.
I do like that shade of blue that he's wearing, though.
55.
It's getting harder and harder for people to have individual dart shirts out there because there's so many people wearing them now. I saw one last week from Peter Wright that
60.
was making me dizzy. It was like staring at the Doppler effect. I know there's a lot of people out there who don't like dartboards on dart shirts.
94.
Purely because they don't want to be reminded that, oh yes, it's a dart shirt because it's got a dartboard on it. I understand where they're coming from, but I think that's slightly harsh.
95.
I think this is going to be a very tightly contested group. But at this early stage,
89.
we are starting to see some people stretch their legs. And it's up to the likes of Pallet and possibly Lee Cox and Colin Osborne towards the end of today's campaign to try and stay with the front runners, who are Owen, Kay and Classen.
59. David, you reckon 66.
Nice first start there from Dave. What's he like on double nine?
Game shot on the third leg.
You always
David
want to hear
Pallett.
that from the referee. It doesn't matter what the number is. Game shot and the third leg to Dave Pallett. He's back at the hockey in a flash.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
You think back to 2018, in the somewhat tumultuous career of Dave Pallett,
58.
where he made the semi-finals of the UK Open. We have, in this group, 2 of the semi-finals of that big
59.
PDC major here on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. The other one is Robert Owen. They obviously lost to Corey Cadby and to Gary Anderson.
100.
But if you talk about career highlights, both of them would say, in all probability,
59.
that their career highlight was making the last 4 of the UK Open, picking up £17,500 for their efforts. Their biggest paychecks to date.
100.
A lot of money for playing darts, isn't it?
180.
They're the kind of checks that Keelan wants to cash a little bit later in his career, or possibly towards the end of this season. You just never know.
100.
Michael van Gerwen is feeling a little richer this morning after banking £200,000 last night, winning the World Match Play.
59. David Iverick, 143.
But playing at the Live League is fruitful too for these guys. That's why they're here. They want to be tested. They want to win. And they are motivated
60.
by
Keelan,
winning
144.
more than anything else. Now, is that dart being pulled to the 5
49.
starting to creep
Maybe
into
we're
his game a bit
83.
more? I think it is. Pallet needs 66 with 2.
58.
He got the full
Keelan
fast
require
University
95.
Challenge zoom on the bullseye there, did Dave Pallet. Dave Pallet, University of Life. He got the answer wrong. Can Keelan get the answer right? On the bull. Oh, it's a beauty. Oh, lovely
Keelan
shot
Kay.
from Keelan. He had a shot at the bull earlier in the contest and missed it by some way. But that makes you feel better. It's now 2-2.
I think it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, big drop in average considering what he did in his previous game.
121.
This is the complexity of playing many games in a day. You put in a 109 average in your second game. In every likelihood, you're not going to be averaging that high again. It's very rare. So to see a 23-point drop so far,
57.
it's not that uncommon. Different challenge, different pace. And endurance does come into it. Playing 5 games of best of 7, you may think it's easy, but it isn't.
98.
Not to mention the practice that they do in the practice room before play begins at 9:30 AM and in between matches as well. It's an energy-sapping day. And this will be an energy-sapping week.
128.
Good visit. Leave himself under 200.
55.
Keelan can't do that. So advantage Pallett against the throw. Trying to do what his flights say. Be ruthless.
94.
Keelan just taking a moment. I like this. A show of maturity. When you're not comfortable, take your time.
60.
There's no rush.
You require 81.
You don't have to play quick because your opponent wants you to play quick. Interesting that Pallet did not
65.
go 12 and bull.
Keelan, you require 151.
Gauntlet laid down for Keelan. No joy.
$95. David, you require 16.
Double 8 then for a break of throw.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And Pallet is
David
making his
Pallett.
move. He's got 2 points already today. He could join Keelan Kay on 4 if he finds one more leg.
6th leg, it's David to throw first.
Dave's played in a couple of World Championships as well. Back in 2015 and 2016.
140.
He was involved in a pretty interesting match at the World Championships
57.
in 2016. In fact, it was played in 2015, but it was the 2016 Championship. And he beat Kim Hybrex by 3-2.
92.
I think the right word for that game is eventful. It was a great game.
96.
Thoroughly enjoyed watching it. Ultimately, though, Dave Pallett lost out by 4-3 to Mensah in what was a great tussle. Is this one going to go the distance? Like we've done twice today with Classen Osborne and Pallett Osborne. Colin probably doesn't want me to mention those games because he lost them both. And that's what happened to Colin Osborne the last time he was here.
94.
He kept losing 4-3. That was his Achilles heel. Pallet is looking to win 4-2. If he can hit tops.
34. Keelan, you require 154.
This would be a brilliant save. Great attempt.
83. David, you require 40.
Double top with 3 darts in hand should be game over. Oh, that's a
35.
slip.
The last dart doesn't count.
Last dart was
Keelan,
underarm,
you
and I think
require
Dave
71.
appreciated that. Good call from the referee. If you deliver the dart underarm, it does not count. Hence why Dave is on 5 points and not busting the score. That leaves 67. Bullseye again.
Game
And it's
shown
in
the sick
again.
flag. Keelan Kay.
That is salt in the wound for Pallet, who should have got this one done and dusted. But because of 2 bullseye checkouts, Keelan Kay is very much alive.
7th and final leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on. $137.
I always marvel at the fact that when dart players are throwing, they have little mannerisms or facial expressions that they've got no clue about. Keelan, like I've mentioned, is a young man of few words. He doesn't say much. But there's a lot of tongue and lip activity when he's throwing.
54.
He almost looks like that monument in Roman Holiday with Audrey Hepburn. It's called La Bocca della Verità, which is called the Mouth of Truth.
123.
There's your little geography lesson for the day.
135.
If Keelan Kay wins this game, Dave Pallett may have to get some fresh air, because there's no way
100.
he should have lost this game. He may still win it, but the
99.
likelihood is he's going to lose it because he's 150 points behind. In fact, it's 160. I do beg your pardon. Got to put a hole in it.
100.
I don't think that's enough.
Keelan requires 76.
Double 8.
72.
And that one is
Maybe require
drastically
136.
pulled left. I went treble 18 first. 54 would have left
96.
82. He's
Keelan
probably going 2
required
treble
4.
18s for double 14, actually. I can see the reasoning behind that.
Game
Keelan
shot
Kay
on the
does
match.
win this game by
Keelan Kay.
4 legs to 3. I think a penny for the thoughts of Dave Pallett after that one. He was sitting on tops to win a game he should have won, but Keelan Kay on the darts in leg 7 was able to get over the line. You can see the disparity between the averages, a good 8 points between the 90 and the 82. But ultimately, it all came down to what happened in leg 6. Pallet should have won by 4 legs to 2, and ultimately he loses 4-3. So, Keelan Kay's got 6 points after 3 rounds for him. Dave Pallett's got 1 win. Let's see what happens next as we go into round 4. Robert Owen is up against Classen, who's looking to get to 8 points now. This is coming up after the break. Two of the players in the top three are about to go head-to-head as we start round number 4 of Monday's action right here at Live League Darts. Classen at number 2, but is on the same leg difference and points as Keelan Kay. He may have some company in a few moments' time on 6 points, but if he can fend off Stack Attack, he will create a 4-point gap between himself and his opponent.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
They've been swimming in the same circles very recently, playing here in WDF action, Challenge Tour.
100.
But as far as the Challenge Tour Order of Merit is concerned, that is very much
46.
in the hands of Scott Williams, who has also been playing here this year. In fact, he's been playing everywhere.
100.
He's played for his country. He's top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, winning 3 times. And he's also won a PDC ranked event this year at pro level. And they're all trying to catch him for what would be
100.
an amazing season if you get that number 1 spot, because you get a tour card, you get a place at the Worlds, place at the Grand Slam. And if Classen wants to do that, he's going to need a bit of a minor miracle. He's at 14th spot in the Order of Merit on £2,550. Robert Owen is a lot closer in 7th position on 3,400, but even he still needs a miracle. Doesn't need a miracle to win leg 1. He needs double 16.
85.
We'll have a little chat about the technique of Classen in the next leg. It's very interesting stuff. That's a bad dart. That was a little better.
12.
But I can't quantify for Robert how much he despises that visit.
58. Robbie, you're recording 4.
Double 2 should be a good double for him.
Game shot
And
the
it
first
is.
leg. Robert
He likes the doubles at the bottom of the board. You don't want to be left on double 2, but when you've got it, you might as well hit it.
Second leg is Jelle to throw first.
So let's have a look at this windy motion. If you look at the early videos of Classen when he won the Worlds in 2006, and when he made the quarterfinals of the World Championship in the PDC in 2009, it was a very linear action. So the dart would come up towards his dominant eye, and then he would rapidly thrust that wrist forward and flick it with real ferocity.
60.
But a couple of seasons after that really great run at Ali Pali, he decided to make some changes.
22.
He felt that having the elbow out to the right a bit more and winding it inwards, the way he does there, you can see the elbow
60.
comes inside towards his right ribs. That is one motion. He thought it was more accurate and more reliable.
100.
He wasn't wrong. Ended up making a semi-final of the Worlds and winning PDC titles.
96.
And being one of, if not the best player, never to have won a European Tour event.
41.
He knows he should have won the German Darts Championship in 2016. That's the one that eats him alive when he goes to bed at night, thinking, how did I not win that tournament?
96.
Instead, it was won by Alan Norris, his sole European Tour victory.
140. 192.
Advantage Classen in leg 2.
52.
But the advantage may be arrested away from him. That's a 1. That's not a 51. Meaning he can't take the leg out at that visit.
He required 40.
Double 10.
Game shown the
casting
second
shadows
Jelle
over tops
Klaasen.
and tens, but double five, the only green target he was even hoping to be going for in that visit, proves to be very fruitful.
So look, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Just looking at that order of merit for the Challenge Tour, which has been extremely interesting this year.
100.
Stephen Burton, who's had a really good live league year, is at number 3. He is in striking distance of Scott
86.
Williams at the top, but is going to need to win at least twice if he's got any chance of taking that number 1 spot away from the man
81.
in predominantly live league colours of yellow and black. The closest challenger to Scott is Danny van Tripe,
105.
a very talented Dutch player. And in the number 4 position on that table, you've got Dave Pallett.
87.
Believe me when I tell you, all of the form horses in the Challenge to Order of Merit
58.
all want to play here. Because they want to strike while the iron's hot. They want to play when they're playing well.
97.
And we've seen plenty of people from that Order of Merit play here. The likes of Jim McEwen, Andy Jenkins, Jan van Veen, Lee Evans, Stu Wilson,
140.
Gavin Carlin, Matthew Edgar,
136.
and many more. Who takes the lead in leg 3? Double top.
82.
Wrong bed.
Robbie, you require 40.
That must have been a bit of a big pull there for Classen to go into the green bit for the second time in this match.
Game shown the
And tops
third
is
leg.
found by Owen
Robert Owen.
for a 17 dart leg to get the lead at 2-1. This is a really interesting game now. What happens next?
Fourth leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
Game number 10, of course. And at the climax of this one, we
140.
will have completed 2/3 of our action for Monday. And if you think we aren't committed to live league darts,
96.
think again. Not just me, but some of our backstage crew drove through the night,
134.
Roy Orbison style, just to be here for you guys. We just love darts and we love bringing you the live league.
100.
And if you want to know how much sleep we got before this shift, honestly, it takes less time to cook a
57.
chicken. Great
98.
stuff
Leave
from
it
Owen, but
170.
too late, potentially.
54.
Maybe not. He'll be hoping not. He'll be hoping 171.
137.
very nearly got it.
Yeah, you record 116.
This now is a very, very important 3-darter, which you might find.
96.
But that is
Robert, you require
one of
70.
the things that creep into his game sometimes. Missing the double low, double top.
Game
And
shown
Robert
the
Owen is
fourth leg.
3-1 up.
Robert
A
Owen.
huge fourth leg in this contest. We may be about to see somebody join Keelan Kay and Jelle Klaasen on 6
I think it's
points.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
And if that was to happen, we would have 2 players on 0, 1 player on 2 points, and 3 players on 6.
70.
I said earlier this morning that I thought the favourite for this group was Dave Pallet.
53.
My tipping skills over the last week and a bit have not been very good.
100.
Never bet against Robert Owen, though. I've come to learn that over the last 12 months. A very confident and
98.
proficient Welsh dart player. One of hundreds of brilliant dart players from Wales.
180.
Somewhat inevitable 180 there from Rob. Flick of the eyebrow as soon as he got the second 60.
43. Robbie
And he's
Maguire,
within touching distance
151.
of a first defeat for Classen today. Wow.
131.
He was that close to doing 331 in 6 darts.
60. Robbie required
That may have been a 6 dart personal best here. I know he's done 3-2-1. Oh, he's got to bust it now.
No score.
And for once, double 10 has let him down.
140.
You'll be hoping it
Robbie
doesn't let
records
him down
20.
again.
Game
And it
shot on
doesn't.
the match.
A great
Robert
performance
Owen.
from Rob Owen. He really did change that game with that 4th leg. 85.59, a decent performance, but you can see that Classen has been really battling over the last couple of games. He won the last match that he played, but not this one. He'll have a break before he plays his 5th and final game of the day, but Robert Owen is on 6 points now, just like Classen. Next game, it's going to be Dave Pallett and Lee Cox, 2 of the players in the bottom 3 of this table early in the piece. But Cox is really, really desperate to get his first win of the day, coming up after the break. Hello and welcome back to Live League Darts. I've just been checking some stats for Dave Pallett and he's playing pretty well today, but unfortunately he's not getting enough points. Will he get some more against Lee Cox here in their fourth match of today's campaign? There you can see their predicament. Leg difference isn't too great and the points tallies aren't either. So things have to change if they're going to stand a chance in Group A over the next couple of days. Over to you guys. What have you got in the locker?
Okay, first look, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Now, we've had a really good question from John, who has tweeted in from Diamond Creek near Melbourne in Australia.
139.
The game between Kim Hybrechts and Pallet was eventful at the World Championship a few years ago. Well, it was just a really good game. It was really tight. And there were lots of really interesting celebrations in it. Just one of those games that sticks out in your memory. We do appreciate every tweet that you send in. Or indeed, all of the messages you send via Instagram or Facebook. Even if they're negative.
96.
All feedback is good feedback, right? Even when some people think I'm talking too much. My advice to those people is, there's a mute button on your remote.
140.
You can still watch. You don't have to listen to me. The world is about choice. And Dave Pallett's got a choice on 164.
60. David,
he can go for it, or he can lay up. He's going to lay up.
124. 82.
If people are going to play this well against Lee Cox, he may walk away with no points today.
Game's on the first
because
leg.
that is a really
David
solid
Pallett.
13 dart start for Dave Pallett. He didn't want that 164. Maybe he wanted it, but he didn't need it.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Whatever you're doing today
45.
as you're watching the live league, please let us know. Are you working? Are you skiving? Are you having a well-deserved Monday off?
140.
These guys are working hard. And a special nod to our referee, Owen Binks, who is refereeing 15 games today. Not an easy thing to do.
85.
Are you a fan of this visit, Dave?
You
bet he is.
180.
And if you're a fan of The Simpsons, you might think that our referee, Owen Binks, looks like Frank Grimes.
85.
One of the most famous Simpsons characters from the early 90s. Commence search engine look for Frank Grimes.
140.
Dave Pallett is here to play. What a leg this is. This could be one of those really purple patch games
60.
that he is very much capable of.
41.
Double top.
$21.
Just a bit scruffy on the outer ring, but he will come back. And you can tell that the London County captain is just a bit wounded from what's happened today so far.
140. David, you've recorded 20.
And that's another body blow.
David
Even after
Pallett.
missing 2 darts a double in that leg, he's still got 2 13 darters. 26 darts for 2 legs? Yeah, that's world class, all right.
So look, it's David to throw first.
Scary to think that he's averaging 115 and it could be better.
100.
But he does have a level that some players don't have, including myself. Sometimes statistics don't lie.
100.
If you look at Dave's career here at the Live League,
100.
He's got a personal best this year of 105.28. But he should have smashed that. There was a game where he lost with 105 average when he should have won at 3-0 up, averaging over 120. Everything went wrong after being 3-0 up. You'll be hoping that doesn't happen in this game. So far, so good. That's better from Lee. You won't be happy with dart 3, but it's a better visit. Treble 17 would have left the bull.
95.
Interesting play from Pallet. He chose not to go for it when his opponent was on a finish this time.
59. David, he requires 66.
Lots of routes for this. Double 18.
57. Lee
You can see
requires
his
80.
frustration, and I can feel it. If Lee Cox hits this, Pallet will turn around and sigh.
40.
But no such joy
David, he requires 9.
for crafty Coxie. Double 4.
5.
Way too
Lee
many
requires
misses at
40.
double, considering how well he scored.
Game's on the
And
third
Cox has
leg.
got his first leg of
Lee
this
Cox.
contest, and it's very much contest on, because that break in 16 darts gets him back on throw.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
2 shots at double, 1 hit. As for Pallet, 8 shots at double, 2 hit. It should be 3-0. It isn't.
100.
Back to the drawing board.
Where
things are pretty good on the treble 20. I've been surveying this dart shirt of Lee Cox as well for quite some
96.
time. That's a beautiful piece of work. But on the body part of it, it looks like he's had a bit of a fight with evil Spider-Man.
100.
I do like it when dart players put the names of their children on their dart shirts. It's quite a respectful thing to do. Sometimes for their own
28.
motivation. Dave going for the plain polo look. Some people just don't
100.
want a flashy dart shirt. They don't want to have flashy shoes or flashy trousers or a flashy hairdo. Some people just want to turn up, be comfortable and play.
59.
There's nothing wrong with that.
121.
You may ask me why
55.
he went for treble 18 on dart 2. The answer is, I haven't got a clue. He's just trying to craft a score that would have left a double. That leaves a double. A double he's already missed.
48.
He's missed it twice more.
They require 118.
Can Lee find a treble? Needs it now.
41. David, you require 18.
You can see that the confidence has been sapped from Lee today. And
Game's
this
on the
time
fourth
Dave
leg.
Pallet does not make
David
a mistake
Pallett.
on double 9. It is a break back. So at 3-1, Dave Pallet is looking very good to be getting at 4 points after 4 matches.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
His average after 4 legs, exactly 100. That's very rare. 100 on the number.
60.
As for Lee, averaging 80, that seems to be his level today.
41.
Started with an 83 average in defeat to Keelan Kay. Then an 82. Then an 83. It's not bad
50.
play. But in this company, because this group is stacked with talent right now and form from 2022, he may get found out if he does not find another 5%
100.
minimum.
$30.
And Dave can't slow down. He knows from experience that you are never safe until you hit that final double.
45.
This is better.
It doesn't
get any better than that.
180.
In a lot of legs, I have seen Pallett leave 181 after 6 darts. He has to settle for 181 after 12 this time.
45.
But it has been a good display. Pallett's best average today so far, 94.
100.
He may just better that if he takes the 81 when he returns.
100. Maybe you require 81.
Let's find out. Lee does leave 170. It may be in vain. Double 3.
$75.
I wouldn't have been shocked
You require
if Dave Pallett
170.
had hit a big 2 there to lay up for double 2. But
100.
another good ton from Cox.
David, you require
And
6.
he's still needing more errors.
Game shot
that
on
do
the
not come.
match. David Pallett
gets to 4 points at the expense of Lee Cox, who after 4 matches today is still at the foot of the table. He's got a lot of work to do if he is going to trouble the top position over the next couple of days. But that is 94.97, the best performance of the day from Dave Pallett. The checkouts do need a bit of work. He did miss quite a lot of doubles in that match, 10 in fact, whereas Lee Cox only got 2 shots at a double. The next game is going to be Colin Osborne against Keelan Kay. A bit of a clash of generations here. I hope you don't mind me saying that, Colin. But it is the match that will bring round 4 to a close after the break. welcome back to Live League Darts here for Monday in Stage 1. And opportunity knocks right now for Keelan Kay. He has seen Jelle Klaasen, his closest rival in this table, defeated. Can Kay stay undefeated? If he does stay undefeated, he's going to walk away from Monday with a minimum of 8 points. And he has a game against Classen to come, which will be a fiery affair. Colin's still smiling. And he came up with a great line earlier today. In fact, in the last 30 minutes. He said, I'm not going to do a Middlesbrough accent because I don't want to insult
first, it's Colin
my friends
to throw first.
from
Game on.
But he said, if I could just hit a double, I'd be as good as Nico. And my response was, give over. But unfortunately, the truth
76.
of today does tell us that Osborne has not won a match yet. And he keeps losing 4 legs to 3.
95.
Started with a 4-1 defeat to Robert Owen, who has gone on to amass 6 points from a possible 8.
100.
And the only person to stop him was Colin's opponent in this match, with that performance of Monday so far.
95.
Now Colin could do Rob a favour.
30.
I don't think there's a great deal of pressure on Keelan in this match.
100.
But it's all about the kind of pressure that he's putting on himself. He has not made
96.
a finals night this year. Neither has Jelle Klaasen.
98.
Maybe that's about to change, not just for one of them, but maybe for both.
$140.
Now, a lot of you might think
113.
that going to the 19s was the right thing to do there on 199. Because Keelan has missed the 113 and Colin got the second 60. He's now on single to double combination. It was an aggressive play. Does it pay off?
19.
Not quite.
Keelan, you require 56.
Double top for Keelan.
Game
And
shot
a
on the
lovely
first
find
leg.
on double 10.
Keelan Kay.
I just like that little bit of hesitancy before dart 3. He wasn't comfortable, readjusted, and takes the lead with a break.
Second leg, it's Keelan to throw first. 100.
I wonder what the next step is for Keelan. I mentioned a little bit earlier that he won twice in the development tour last season. When people do that, they may earmark
85.
something like a challenge tour win. Maybe getting on tour via Q School.
66.
It will be a natural progression for Keelan. But he doesn't strike me as the kind of player that is looking to do too much too soon. He's okay in pacing himself in the game of darts over the next few years.
40.
Bit of a contradiction as to how these guys like to land their darts in the board.
96.
Osborne, after his rebuild over the last 2 or 3 seasons, is getting the darts to sit flat.
100.
Very upright with those short stems and big flights.
$135.
Great stuff from Osborne to leave a 104. He's going to be under big pressure for it.
95. Colin, you require 104.
What can he do? Great lie for a 60. Double 12.
Game
and
shot
one
the
of his
second
best
leg.
finishes of the day,
Colin Osborne.
especially in that spot. Look at that lovely lie, just stacked it on top and finds the top left corner for a 1-1
Delegates
scoreline.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
You just wonder what the
76.
motivation is for Colin over the next couple of years. He's approaching the age of 50. And when he gets to the age of 50, I'm sure he's hoping that he's back
60.
on tour within the PDC system. But if he's not, and I don't mean this in a derogatory sense,
180.
because I spoke to somebody else recently who took something I wrote the wrong way. But if you are 50 years of age,
94.
the seniors tour is an option. And it's probably something that Osborne would utilise if he's not on the PDC tour as a card
49.
holder. Not something that young Keelan is thinking about for the next 3
100.
decades, that's for sure. And when I said it was a clash of generations, I meant that in the nicest possible sense, because it's one of the things I love about this game of darts. How people of different ages
90.
and from different backgrounds just toe the hockey and see who's best. There's absolutely nothing to
100.
separate an opponent
Colin,
from
you
another,
recall 106.
apart from skill. 91 remain. Tops for a 106.
66.
And that was to couple
Keelan,
his
you recall
104 from the
147.
previous leg. This would be harmful, but it's not going to go.
87. Colin, you recall 40.
This is a quick game.
Game shot on the third
And it
leg.
is a game that
Colin
Osborne is in
Osborne.
front. So this is good news for the likes of Robert Owen, and good for Jelle Klaasen to try and hold Keelan Kay back.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
It would also be good for Osborne to get off the mark ahead of his last game of the day, which
100.
is against Lee Cox. So if he finds 4 points in his last 2 games, he will walk away from Monday feeling a little bit better.
140.
Just looking through the form book of the development tour this year for Keelan Kay,
140.
and the challenge tour for that matter. He made a quarter-final of a challenge tour in Milton Keynes earlier this year, where he lost out to Matthew Edgar. That is pretty much his
59.
best run in a challenge tour event. And the quarter-finals
140.
is the second best effort he's had in the development tour, because he's made a semi-final where he lost out to a very handy Nathan Gervin, who's having a very good season, isn't he?
132.
He's played some astonishing stuff here.
121.
This would be astonishing.
Game
It's
shot on
another
the
ball
fourth leg.
finish for Keelan Kay.
Keelan Kay.
That's 3 now in 2 matches. If you needed proof that this
Delegates
lad can
Colin
play,
to throw first.
he's just
Game
giving
on.
you it. Don't leave him on the bullseye. That's pretty much the message for Monday.
99.
Let's dig a little deeper into Keelan's 2022. Of everything he's played this year away from the Live League,
96.
he's averaging 81.29. In order for him to get a tour card, or to be better at challenge tour, that kind of thing, or to pick up more development tour titles,
123.
I really do think he will have to raise that seasonal average by at least 7.
60.
They're just a guide. But to find an extra 7 points, something needs to click. Whether it's a piece of coaching, whether it's a piece of equipment that just gives you extra
99.
comfort, you have to find it. And if you don't, you may not reach the level you want to get to.
100.
pivotal stuff now. Look at Keelan in the background just geeing himself up. I love to see that. Should do it more often. That's a very unfortunate Robin Hood.
You require 80.
Well, the point of Dart 3 just pings into that spring that holds the stem together. And Osborne is forced to go to 15s and bull. If he gets 3, it'll be double 10. Oh, that's a gamble. 44. A gamble that I don't agree with.
Keelan, you require 125.
Oh boy, watch out. Oh, that's wicked, that deflection. He gets a 25 there. He's got another shot at a bullseye finish.
69.
That was a wicked.
Colin, you require 36.
Double 18.
Game shot
is Osborne's sidekick.
Colin Osborne.
Because he's now 3 legs to 2 up. Could it be another game where Colin Osborne is involved in leg 7? He'll be hoping not.
Seems like it's Keelan to throw first. Game
He'll
on.
be hoping it's only 6 legs, because if it is, he'll have won 4-2.
67.
I'd like to thank everybody who's been in touch today, including someone from Germany who was saying that they've been on the night shift.
97.
And I'm very happy that the live league is happening today with such a great lineup.
81.
Just love that live league darts is very popular worldwide. We get messages regularly from North America, Australia, continental Europe. Absolutely stunning stuff. And these players are very appreciative of that. They want to widen their fan base. Colin's looking to widen the gap.
44.
But it's not working. Keelan's in charge of leg 6 for now. $174 left. I thought he might stay in the 19s because the lie's good.
57.
I can understand why he went to 18s.
$121.
But he's in a bit of bother now called spot.
156.
That may have had to go.
82.
Can Osborne
Colin, you
put
require
the hammer down
105.
with an outshot 1 better than a previous effort earlier in the match? Double 14.
Game shot on the match.
A really good performance from Osborne, who gets his first win of the day. Keelan just has to say too good. It's as simple as that. Osborne now on 2 points, and Keelan had that chance to go to 8 points, and he will still have that chance against Jelle Klaasen in the penultimate match. But Osborne with 93.2, the highest checkout of the match, and he got one of 104 earlier on. Let's not forget that as well. 50% on the doubles. That's a really good performance for Colin, and he will play Lee Cox in his final match in match 15. So that's the end of round 4. We'll take a short break, and then when we come back, it's going to be round 5 here on Sporty Stuff TV. Our final round of matches are just about to begin. And as we go into match number 13, let's have a look at the table to see how Monday has gone for all of our players. Things have bunched up a little bit. There was a threat from Keelan Kay and Jelle Klaasen to run away with things. And potentially they could have had a battle in game 14 to see who has a perfect day. But both have been defeated in round number 4. And a chance has presented itself to Robert Owen to take the lead.
Okay, first leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
But let's have a look at the averages for today as well. Dave Pallett, top of the tree. 92.01 for the day. But only on 4 points for now. Now imagine if Dave was to win this game and join Robert Owen on 6.
121.
We then have 4 players on 6 points, a guaranteed person on 8 because of our next fixture, and then maybe the chance of Colin Osborne on 4.
140.
I just held my breath there for a second. As Dave Pallett had 5 perfect darts.
123.
Pallett playing well today, averaging well, but not getting as many points as maybe he should have.
94.
It's a very strong first leg. This going conventional ways for finishes really suits Dave Pallett. Or maybe this would be unconventional. Single twos do nothing.
21.
He'd like to forget that one quickly. Maybe he should have done something unconventional.
100.
But he may need to hit this now.
66.
Rob Owen is only 10 behind him. That treble 10's been fruitful. He's been really good on it. Now it is very warm around where our studio is. These guys are doing their very best to be in prime shape. But every now and again, those darts are going to slip.
Requires 76.
16 for tops, surely. Just gets the 16.
Game shot on the
and
first
does get
leg.
the tops.
Robert Owen.
Another leg that maybe Dave Pallett shouldn't have lost. You got 2 darts at double. And after being on 87 after 9 darts,
game on.
He was not able to convert that in 2 visits. That is an error.
180.
180 each in this match now. Robert Owen's knack of playing well in Live League darts this year
39.
has been well documented. And when he's walking around this studio, he's walking around with a smile. He loves playing here.
80.
One thing he loves even more is a gap of 221 points.
60.
Rob himself has averaged 89.91 today, with a doubles percentage at 27%. That is why
60.
he hasn't got any more than 6 points to this point, because he has missed a few doubles. Pallet is the same. 28% on doubles. That's not good enough. They both know that. They want to be doing what Keelan Kay has done today. 58% on doubles.
100.
This is where you empty the tank. For Monday at least. You've got the rest of the day to do what you wish. You could practice more. You could go and get some fresh air.
41.
As long as it gets you in the right frame of mind for tomorrow's battles, of which there will be 5 more per player. Chance for 2-0 for Rob.
Robert, you require 40.
Currently has a leg difference of +4.
Game's on the second leg.
And that's getting better,
Robert
isn't it?
Owen.
Well, Dave Pallett's on -1. So things are going up for Owen and things are going down for Pallett.
Delegates David to throw first.
I'm sure if Chris Murphy was sitting in this seat, he would say something along the lines of,
100.
can Pallett carry the weight of expectation? Something like that. The ultimate wordsmith that my colleague and friend Chris Murphy is.
60.
It's interesting for me to watch the players in the background.
128.
A lot of them don't like to watch the player or the dartboard and what they hit. But Owen watches everything. It's like he's trying to get information on a
43.
poker hand. The slightest little tell from Pallet and he's in like flint.
44.
That's a show of a little bit of weakness, and maybe Owen can get back into this third leg.
And
he does just that. This will be the first match for these two tomorrow. They will start in Game 3 today. Robert Owen started in Game 3 as well.
59.
So same time slot for him. A little bit later for Palace, who could probably have an extra 10 minutes in bed.
$60. David, you require 170.
Not going to get a big fish in this one. At least not yet.
81.
In fact, the score is only around half of what he required.
$100.
Down to you guys. It's
David,
two
you require
darters
89.
each. Who can find the target? Great second dart.
49.
But as to why he didn't go 20
you
ball, I
require
don't
98.
know. I just don't know. Double 19.
Game's
that's
on
in.
the third leg.
That's
Robert
where
Owen.
this game has been won and lost. Owen, all of a sudden, is finding doubles with ease. That's now 3 hits from 3 attempts.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And if he's going to walk away with 8 points today and a leg difference of +8 if he wins this leg, he will be extremely pleased.
81.
But on the contrary, if Pallet is walking away with 4 points
109.
and a leg difference of -5, he'll be livid. Especially if he finds out he was the person averaging the most coming into round number 5.
96.
And he's already been defeated 4-0 today by Jelle Klaasen. He doesn't want it to happen again. But it is a distinct possibility.
180.
Because he's just taken over in the 180 count. Now, if he does convert the 144 in 6 darts, this will be a King of the Ocky performance from Robert Owen. Meaning biggest finish,
96.
most 180s, and the win. He was thinking 180 there, just naturally.
130.
But he believes he's not coming back.
48.
Double top. First miss at a double.
28.
Ooh. I thought for a second that might be in.
Require 40.
Can Dave show him the way? One left.
Game
And
on
one
the
in.
flag.
This
David
game
Pallett.
is not over yet. A couple of misses at tops for Robert Owen could prove costly if Pallett can find a hold here in leg 5.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Funnier things have happened. I've seen Pallett lose
95.
after being 3-0 up and averaging over 120. I've also seen Robert Owen lose a Group A over 3 days by 1 leg.
135.
That was last year, and it left me bamboozled. If you can play well on Monday through to Wednesday, you can get yourself Thursday and Friday off, be really fresh for Saturday night. And that's what Martin Adams was doing last year really well.
24.
He was winning Group A's. He was contending on Saturday nights. But if you're going to Saturday night after playing 5 straight days,
100.
I don't care who you are, you're going to feel a little bit jaded.
100.
Advantage Pallet. On the comeback trail.
41.
But nowhere near what he wanted. Now he can get creative. And throughout the course of today, he has chosen not to go for things
140
that are the norm.
125.
Just needs to find a 25. What a shot this would be.
78.
Just ran out of angle. If that was just a little bit further to the right-hand side, he probably would have hit that bullseye. But it's another shot at tops to win the match.
62.
And again, he wires it.
David
3 match shots missed. Double 14. And Pallet misses the wrong shot.
41.
Well, he gives us the wrong shot. I do beg your pardon.
40.
I didn't expect him to hit double 11. I expect Owen to hit tops or 10s. And there is
shot on the
that
match.
reliable double. That
Roberto.
double 10 that gives him 8 points for the day. And Dave Pallett has to leave the room somewhat perplexed that he's only got 4 points for the day. Owen, 93 average. Pretty good, in fact. Very steady performance all day long. And 50% on the checkouts. He really was the better player in that contest. But someone is going to join Robert Owen on 8 points. It's just a question of whether it's Keelan Kay or Jelle Klaasen, the winner of that match, will join Owen after the break. Welcome back to the penultimate game of today's action on Monday, and this one should be the quickest game of the day. So without further ado, let's go straight down to the board to see who finishes on 8 points for today's action. Owen has finished on 8. He's about to have some company. But will Owen finish on top? It depends on the result.
Okay, first look, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
This is the kind of game that people like to watch. Fast, furious, good.
100.
No messing. It's your classic 21st century impatient game of darts.
58.
No matter whether they score 58, 100, somewhere north of that or in between, they'll just get on with it.
45.
I've played Jelle in my career, and at times he's made me feel dizzy.
43.
But he's not the fastest player I've ever played. That would have to be Ricky Evans.
125.
Someone that Keelan knows really well.
100.
Kind of player that completes a throw, races back behind you, and when you're finished, they're already ready.
140.
And you're seeing evidence of the pace here in leg 1.
$78. Keelan, you've got 91.
I think the person who's got the hardest job here is the referee.
51.
That is a very fortunate third dart. That was way too close to the 60. If you'd have hit that, that was a score buster.
140. Keelan, you require 40.
Tops, 10s, 5s. In.
Aim shot on the first leg.
And that's the tail of
Keelan
leg
Kay.
1. Tops, 10s, 5s. In. One leg Keelan Kay. Now we're into leg 2.
Single gets Jelle to throw first.
There is no time to discuss much during this game.
100.
This could take 7 minutes for it to be 4-3. Well, what I will tell you is that today Jelle has
95.
averaged 87.11. Keelan 90.42, which is very apt because I told you earlier
134.
his seasonal average for everything he's played and had recorded is around 81.
61.
I said he needed to raise his level by about 7 points to be a bit more dangerous when he was playing outside of the live league and here.
135.
Today, he has shown that level.
121.
And
Jelle
continues to do so.
132.
Sensible
92.
play from Jelle. You get nothing for going for the 20 there. Nothing but a pitfall.
180. Jelle requires
Doesn't
40.
want to mess around. Tops,
Aim
10s,
shot on the second
and in.
leg. Jelle
We're starting
Klaasen.
to follow a bit of a pattern. 2 fast players who like tops and 10s, and in the case of Keelan Kay, he likes 5s.
So look, it's Keelan to throw first.
Doubles percentages today, these are the 2 best. 39.39% for Jelle.
140.
That is really good, considering his overall live league form is not close to that.
58.
But Keelan Kay, out on his own in that doubles percentage before this match began at 58.33%. That is wildly brilliant.
96. $133.
Speaking of brilliant, that wasn't bad either. You may think
81. Keelan, you reckon
that these guys might not be
170.
comfortable playing so fast, but I know enough about Jelle to know that he likes this pace. What about the bullseye finish again?
123.
He's already had 3 today. I thought he was going to hit that. Just a little bit of temptation there for Keelan.
86.
He didn't need to go for
Keelan,
it.
you reckon 47.
Double 14.
Game shot on the third leg.
And let me just clear something
Keelan
up.
Kay.
He was going for a 7 for double top there. Does he care? No, not at all.
Fourth leg, it's Jelle to throw first. $96. $140.
Both players like this pace. There's no reactions to any shots. This is just them playing in a comfortable circle. Because playing darts is a circle. I'm not talking about the shape of the board. I'm talking about throwing, retrieving, walking around and doing it again. It's all in a circle. That's brilliant. That's an aggressive 180. And Jelle's first in this contest.
43. Jelle record 140.
Ooh, the 18s route.
62.
Very interesting. I see what he was trying to do there. 18, 25 and 57 would have left tops.
Jelle record 78.
And he's had a bonus because Keelan has left 165.
Game shown the
Not that it mattered, because
Jelle
this game
Klaasen
has progressed now. Mid-90s averages. Good doubling. Better from Jelle. Both have a maximum each.
Fifth leg, it's Keelan to throw
darts.
Game on.
If you like the way this game goes, it will be their first game tomorrow in match 2 at around about 9:45 a.m. Be sure to join us on Sporty Stuff TV from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, as we have 15 more matches from Group A here in Stage 1. Finally poised as well. Another aggressive 140 after tickling that dart for about 2 or 3 seconds before he delivered it.
85.
Almost as if it wasn't in position, but he was waiting for it to fall into the right place.
140.
This is very good stuff all of a sudden. Keelan may need a 140.
100. Jelle require 127.
Let's find out. Nice show of sportsmanship there. He didn't mean to drop that flight. But maybe it did upset the rhythm of Classen just a little bit.
45. Keelan, you require 116.
57 for tops.
96.
That could be costly.
Jelle require 82.
This is on the K throw. Great recovery.
70.
Narrowly missed. And after averaging poorly in his previous game, Classen seems to have found something in this one. 95 the average. The same for Kay. Double 5. And he gets the lead in 18 darts. So that double has now given him 2 legs in this contest. He now is within 1 of 8 points.
Sixth leg, it's Jelle to throw first. $119.
You may wonder why Jelle is called the Cobra. I think it's something to do with his action looking
70.
like a snake. You look at the way that the wrist cocks back, and you see that snake-like arm as it's coiled.
85.
It looks a bit like a cobra, doesn't it?
$80.
I don't mean to make Jelle feel old, because he isn't. But when I say the next sentence,
99.
he will feel old. Keelan Kay, when Jelle won his world title, was 4.
36.
That is ludicrous. 4 years old when Jelle Klaasen won the world title.
81.
That is bonkers. If you turn things around, how old will Classen be when Kay wins one?
117.
He'd like that to happen. He'd also like to hit a 135 because now he's got to look at it for the win.
57. Keelan, you require 135.
Classen is poised to take us all the way now that he gets a look.
28. Jelle, you require 60.
Tops. Double 10 again.
Game
And
shot
he
the sixth
finds
flag.
double
Jelle
10
Klaasen.
for the second time in this game, and it very much deserves a last leg decider. Let's get straight into it. Down to the board.
7th and final leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
I wonder why he's called Lord of the Board.
140.
Well, I teed it up pretty well. If you'd hit a 180, you pretty much would have sorted that out. Magnificent.
180.
A third 180 of this contest for Classen. And if
99.
there are no more 180s in this contest and Classen wins, he has a King of the Hockey performance.
137. 41.
One thing we do now know, though, is that if Classen wins this match, Robert Owen will top the table going into Tuesday
134.
because of leg difference. Keelan Kay, if he wins this leg, will join Owen on 8 points and plus 7.
60.
But
Jelle
Classen
require 50.
is closing in on a 4th victory for the day.
18. Keelan, you require 161.
Despairingly, he looks at that double 16. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy!
Shot on the
What was that?
Keelan
An
Kay.
absolute thunderbolt from Keelan Kay to get his 4th win of the day. Unbelievable. Did you see that coming? I didn't. But maybe there was a sign because bullseye finishes have been Keelan Kay's strong suit today, but he saved his best one for the very last match. Classen is going to feel wounded after that one. I do not blame him. He didn't do much wrong, but missing those 2 shots at double 16 have cost him what could be 2 very valuable points. Keelan Kay and Rob Owen at the top of the table on 8 points and plus 7 going into our last game, which is Lee Cox and Colin Osborne right after this. Hello and welcome back for our final match here on Monday, and we've seen what has been happening at the top of the table. Let us now turn our attention towards the foot of the table, but just for Monday. Things could change over the next couple of days, of course, but Osborne on 2 points and Lee on 0. Things have got to change, and they've got to change quickly. It's all smiles for now, but those smiles will turn to focus over the next few seconds. I think we're all in recovery mode after Keelan Kay has wrestled the daily title away from Robert Owen, courtesy of that ridiculous 161 finish on the bull, which left Jelle Klaasen feeling like a zombie in that room. Let's get the game on then.
Lee to throw first.
Last game of the day.
Game on.
Before we return tomorrow at 9:30, where we will see this fixture starting the campaign. Now, how many times today has Lee changed his darts? He's flip-flopping between two different setups. And for my liking, he just doesn't know which one to use best.
48.
That is a very dangerous mindset. When you've got two sets of darts and you don't know which one works the best.
60.
Peter Wright in the World Match Play against Dimitri van den Berg a few days ago was doing exactly the same.
100.
And the thing that caught my mind was that Peter Wright changed when he was winning.
140.
Here's me thinking I'm a bit of an expert at this sport, but maybe I'm not.
$100.
As far as Osborne is concerned, he's had a small change of flight since the last time I saw him play. He's using a dimpled flight now as opposed to a smooth poly flight. Doesn't make a great deal of difference. It's just a case of feel.
96.
He obviously thinks that these flights work a little better. Time will tell. Will he get his second win of the day? After beating Keelan Kay in match number 12, the only person to beat Keelan on Monday. He's not going to find a big out the way that Keelan did at the back end of that previous game. I'm still in shock by it.
He requires 76.
16 found for tops.
56.
That has happened
Colin,
too much
64.
today. Osborne for 64. He needs tops.
24.
Too many times today Colin has missed on the north side and not been able to recover.
No score.
Wrong bed. When things are going bad for you, that's the kind of thing that happens. Double top with 3 to compound the misery of Lee. And he does with a double 10.
Colin
Not the greatest leg, but it is a break of throw for Colin Osborne, who is trying to stay in the hunt here to try and get to 4 points.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Colin today, 87.88. His running average, which is pretty much what he's been doing all year. So he is showing consistency when he comes to the live league.
83.
His doubling, however, at 26%. The worst player on the outer ring all day long to date.
139.
As for Lee, decent on doubles at 38%, but he hasn't got there quick enough. He's had the lowest running average today, hence why he's at the bottom of the table, unfortunately. And he has more problems, because Osborne is going to be on a finish in a second.
96.
Let me just take this opportunity to thank you for your company for
30.
Monday morning and Monday lunchtime.
Colin,
Whatever
you
you're doing with the rest of your
170.
Monday, have a lovely day. Enjoy the rest of this match before we adjourn
54.
for the next 17 hours before we come back. Plenty for the players to mull going into tomorrow's session. I know that Keelan Kay is going to be cock-a-hoop.
140. Colin, you reckon 100.
Robert Owen's going to be pleased. Classen will accept 6 points. Pallet will be displeased with 4. These two, regardless of what happens here, are not going to be happy.
54. You require 114.
That's better. Double 18.
78.
Slight change of tactic there.
Colin,
I like
requires
that
62.
bit of board flexibility from Lee, but it doesn't pay off. Treble 18 for double 4 was the effort. There is a 4.
22.
And again, the top
You
shot
require 36.
is too high to start with. Double 9.
18.
And that has been a bit of an
Colin, you
issue today.
require 40.
Just not finding enough accuracy and giving his opponent too many chances.
Game's on
A
second
chance
leg.
that's taken.
Colin Osborne.
And one of my pet hates in the game, holding a hand up and apologising for doing your job. Shame on you, Colin.
Thurgix Lee to throw first.
I'm
Game
only kidding. But I don't like it. You're out there to win legs, and when you do so, you shouldn't have to apologise for it.
140.
I know it's a nice showing of sportsmanship. Or sportspersonship. But
135.
you never saw Tiger Woods apologising for holding a putt. You'd never see Stanley Crosby apologising for hitting a goal for the Penguins or for Team Canada.
100.
Quite the contrary. But we're a nice bunch of start players. Most of the time.
58.
This is a better leg from Lee. It's where you want to be after 6 darts. 2, 6, 1 or better.
45.
And he's averaging nearly 100 for his first 3 in this leg. First 3 visits, that is.
40.
But this one is slowing down. You can sense the lack of confidence from these two players, both averaging in the high 70s.
60.
When you've had a day like they've had, the adrenaline evaporates and it makes everything harder. But the seasoned pro,
180.
named the Wizard, finds a first maximum to give himself a look at 88 now that Lee has missed the 156. His best finish of 2022 at the Live League is not going to be replicated.
60. Colin, you require 88.
Double 14. 2 7s.
81.
Give it every chance.
You
Didn't
require
fall short.
96.
Travel 17 needed. Finds it. Good recovery.
76.
And you should never be hitting your flight
Colin,
when
you
your
require
dart is there.
7.
That must have been pulled at least a centimetre. 2s for Osborne.
5. Lee, you require 20.
You may see some sort of sigh of relief here if double 10 is hit.
No score.
More exasperation, unfortunately,
Colin, you
for Lee
require
Cox fans.
2.
Just to the left of that will be fine.
No score.
Not that far left, Colin.
Lee, you require 20.
He's had plenty of looks at this double.
Game's
And that one's
on the
in.
third leg.
So a
Lee
little bit of
Cox.
relief there for Lee. Still hasn't got a hair out of place. That's one of the great things about Lee Cox. Whenever he comes here, never a hair out of place.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
He wants to be not a dart out of place. Just a lovely guy to talk to.
61.
He's not actually someone I knew until last year. Had a chance to speak to him on a few occasions now, and
140.
I actually bumped into Lee in an airport when he was coming back from holiday once when I was returning from a European tour event. It's amazing who you see in airports nowadays.
140.
Unexpectedly. I once sat next to a guy from the movie Weird Science in Terminal 5 at Heathrow.
100.
That was a very good day.
$57.
Only 57. So advantage Lee. Both still averaging in the mid-70s. Bit of a damp squib gain this one. Maybe they're both thinking that they're just a little bit too far behind and they're going to need brilliant Tuesday and Wednesday action to have any sort of chance to get to the top of the table.
140.
It is possible. If you're on 2 points and only 6 points adrift of Kay and Owen, you need them to have a more
44.
questionable day.
Colin, you require 103.
And you need to have a good one where you pick up 8 or 10 points. Double 16 for Osborne for a 3-1 lead.
32 left, yeah. 71.
For a moment, he
You
may have
require
been bamboozled,
160.
thinking, what have I left? Best to ask the referee. And if you do feel that way, it's always best to ask the referee,
100.
because they will know.
Colin, you require 32.
Should cushion it in off that one.
Game shot on the fourth.
Didn't even need it.
Colin Osborne.
3-1 Osborne. He is really close to getting those 2 points now, and Lee is very close to a wooden spoon for Monday.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
I will be fascinated to see what Lee
100.
does tomorrow, regardless of what happens in this match. When it comes to the equipment, it seems to me like the barrel phase of his setup is fine.
100.
The flight setup seems to be the same apart from the colour. But maybe he's toying with the size of the stem.
59.
This one's a bit shorter than the stem he was using a little bit earlier, which was black and clear in colour at places. And it was a little bit longer, maybe by
100.
4 millimetres or so. You may ask, what's the difference? Stability
28.
and speed. Darts go faster when the stems are shorter. And they're slightly less stable as well, depending on your throw.
131.
That's why you tend to see a lot of players using pencil-like barrels, medium-sized stems and big flights, because they work for most people.
140. Colin, you require 170.
This will be some way to finish the day. He's not going to trump that 161 of Keelan Kay in match 14.
100.
Maybe nobody will this week. What a finish that was.
96.
But what a finish this would be for Colin.
You require
To
70.
finish the day on 4 points. It is tops again, but only just. He almost left himself on double 14. In your own time, Colin.
50. Lee
He
requires
wouldn't mind me saying
78.
that. He likes to laugh at a joke. But he won't be laughing if this goes in. Maybe a sign of what has gone wrong for Lee today. Too many loose darts. He's not able to recover. And he's going to have a lot on his mind
27.
for the next 17 hours between
Colin, you
now
require 20.
and when he plays Colin again.
Game
And
shot
Colin
on
wins the
match.
first match
Colin
against Lee
Osborne.
Cox of 3 minimum this week. He will finish on 4 points for Monday. Unfortunately for Lee, he does not pick up any points today and does finish in the bottom position. The averages weren't that great. It probably was the scruffiest match of the whole day, but it's symptomatic of what we've seen from these guys all day long. They will have the rest of the day off and they will return tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. You can see that Keelan Kay and Robert Owen finished the day atop the table with 8 points and a leg difference of +7. It's been a really interesting day of darts, actually, as we return to Monday action for only the second week in the last few months. I'll be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. Let's all go and have a rest, shall we, and enjoy the rest of Monday, and we'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30 for some more Live League Darts. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson. This is the Asset signing out for now. See you on Tuesday.